Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, greetings. I've collected my pens, I've straightened my notes, I've applied my lip balm. Ready to go, man. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, Crippy Hugs. Get out of Alan's way.
Get out of my way, homie. Cry somewhere else. Hey, Mary Santora is right over there, too.
What up?
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
And it's officially summer.
Hey.
As of
We
11
did it.
as of 11 o'clock this morning, the summer solstice. When we're what is that? We're facing right at the sun, right?
Right.
Is that what it is?
The longest day of the year. I believe.
Longest day of the year because the northern hemisphere, the top of the world is pointed at the sun. Is that what,
I don't know.
is that what it is?
Who cares?
I care. I like to get up on all my solstices. Is it solstice? So what is the
Solstice.
Solstice? I like to keep up on my vernal equinox. I like to keep up on my autumnal equinox. I like to keep up on all of my. We're facing the sun today. See, the thing that sucks though is that means that from here on out through December, the days get progressively shorter. So we've built up to a day like today. So what I'm trying to say is, irrespective of where you fall on any kind of spectrum, political, psychological, enjoy this day as best you can. It's the longest one we'll get all year. When is the sun set for today?
9:30 or something.
Sunset 9:04.
Oh, 9:04.
It's going to rain for about an hour before the sun goes down. Thunderstorms tonight around 8 o'clock.
Damn it.
But boy, think about that. Are you set for something outside tonight?
Well, we do East End Bistro and Pub. I do
Is
a
that an
comedy
outdoor
show? In the summer, we try to do it outside as much as we can. So we'll.
What time
see.
does that start?
Around 8 o'clock.
Now here's my question. I will be on the funny bus tonight. Does that matter?
No, because
there's a route. I almost said there's a lid. There's a lid on that bus.
it does
right?
have a lid.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's a lidded
But I thought
bus.
it was like open air.
The windows are open in the side, but it's not like
But
a
they have
convertible
like
bus.
plastic curtains that come down if it
Okay,
is raining and
okay.
stuff. Because
Yeah.
I think I had a little bit of rain on one of my excursions.
I got totally lucky with all of my funny buses. It was
and
warm.
it's a 30%
and
chance. So like
30%. Yeah. So anyway, if you're joining Mary tonight on the funny bus, which is sold out, it leaves at 7 from Collision Bend. So you got a good hour before anything might get a little bit hinky.
And it's 2 hours long?
It is 90 minutes long.
90 minutes.
Yep. Leaves from Collision Bend in the Flats, gets back there. And if you get back in time, might have, they close rather early over there, but you might have time to get another pop before you split. But it's a great time. And then Poundcake, the last Alan Cox Show Funny Bus Week is going to be next Wednesday. And Poundcake will host that. He will make his, first and last appearance on the Funny Bus, so don't miss it. He'll be celebrating the solstice a week late. They're doing it out there in Stonehenge, by the way. They're celebrating the solstice. People come from all around the world, thousands and thousands of people, just to stand there among the stones, I guess. Is that what they do? They just stand here and they go, hey, it's probably got midsummer vibes. I don't know if they throw old people off of a cliff at this thing, but about 10,000 people welcome the summer solstice out there at Stonehenge. They should throw old people off a cliff?
Get old people out of society.
I just wanted them to get out of my way, and you told me I was the worst person in the world. So
I wouldn't say it to
I'm
a crying person's
getting
face.
mixed signals here that
I have never sent a mixed signal in my life, Alan.
I'm not saying you
That
have.
should be the
I'm
name
saying
of your next album.
I've
saying
never sent a mixed signal in my life.
all
just
I'm saying
mixed
is I'm
signals.
receiving mixed signals, not even saying that you're sending them. Saying that's
like a
that's
you
what
problem.
I'm getting. It sounds like a me problem, doesn't it?
Brother, yeah.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. It sounds like a you problem. And I said, well, I got some problem with you. And,
I have a problem.
but I have hand. What?
Here's what happened in the kitchen.
Just now?
Yes.
Ooh. Let me guess. Bloom Daddy was brushing his teeth in the sink.
No.
Oh.
That wouldn't be a problem. I wouldn't care about that. I think the guy was joking. One of our audio engineers pops out of that weird little cubby hole that they keep
We
them
have
in.
audio engineers?
Yeah, we have the one guy
Okay.
with the glasses. We have one guy that that I see around here all the time.
Gotcha.
Is he an audio engineer or just an engineer?
He might just be an engineer. I don't know. I think he was joking. But he comes out, and me and a couple of the traffic people are having
Comes
lunch.
out of where? The rack room in the kitchen?
Yeah, he
Okay.
comes out of that, whatever that room is.
The rack room.
And he looks at me and he goes, "Hey, Mary, I saw some of your stand-up clips on YouTube." I go, "Oh, yeah? Did you like them?" And he goes, "No."
Yeah.
And then he just stopped talking.
Was this Ted?
I
The
don't know
older
his
guy?
name.
Well, I think we have
He's
two.
got glasses and dark hair.
We have like a
Does he have
younger
a
guy.
beard?
They both have beards, but there's an older guy and a younger guy.
He's
And Ted is the
probably
older
in his
guy.
50s, would be my guess.
Maybe
40s,
Ted.
50s. And he just goes, "No." And I started laughing, and the other two traffic people started laughing. And I looked at him, and he goes, "How did you want me to answer that honestly?" And I was like, I mean, you didn't have to say anything. Like, if you didn't like
Well, you
it.
asked
Right.
him.
But he
No,
brought it up
but
to
he
me.
brought it up. He brought up that
He
he
said,
watched
"I
it.
saw your
Right.
stand-up on YouTube." And then I said, "Did you like it?"
That's why you never ask. Never ask.
Don't bring it up if you
Because
didn't like it.
She
Well-
didn't ask.
No.
He brought it up.
No, you just go, "Oh, great." And you move on. Move on. It's impossible. Over the 30 plus years I've worked in broadcasting, it is damn near impossible. There's a reason that engineers are engineers, because they've got a different mind. They've got, it's an analytical situation, and they're just created for that position. But boy, they will look you dead in the eye and say something like that. That's awesome.
But
and
I
so how
think
did he
was
walk?
joking.
No.
'Cause he like
He's very sarcastic.
he like laughed with all of us when we laughed, and then but then when he said, "How did you want me to answer that?" I kind of just was like, I said, "Well, F me, right?" And like walked out of the kitchen because we were also going on air. I didn't.
You
like,
walked
blow.
out, or did he walk out?
I walked out. He walked back into his cubby, or whatever that room is.
the rack
I
room.
think he was goofing
You
with
think he was joking?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's very sarcastic.
Okay, because I haven't had a lot of
Ted
interactions
is very
with him.
sarcastic.
He is. He will literally say a joke and then not keep a straight face, and it's up to you to interpret it. Unless I'm just dumb.
Yeah, that's not sarcasm. That's okay. Well, anyway, I wasn't there, so you're recreating it as best you can. So
I would
you
assume
you
he was
walked out.
joking.
Yeah.
Well, it was like literally 1:59, so I was walking out of the kitchen anyway.
Now, what if he wasn't joking? Would you have said? What would you have said?
I mean, I didn't have anything to say. I said, "F me," right? And like giggled it off and walked away. But I'm like, why say anything at all? Like if he, because that's why I'm like, he's got to be joking. Like if you
Was he hitting on you?
No, I don't. He's
Oh.
married.
I don't know anything about him.
I feel like if he truly didn't like it, he wouldn't have said, "Hey, I saw your stuff on YouTube," right? Or do people do that? Do people
Some people do.
I don't know what people
Straight
do.
up.
I
Hey, I
had
don't
someone
like
today
what
tell
you
me
do.
that I shouldn't have quit my day job on YouTube. Well, these aren't people I know.
Okay, but I was gonna say
it
that's
is-
different than someone
Yeah.
saying it to your face
Right,
yeah.
that you work with.
You can't let you can't let a stranger ruin your day.
Well, I
but
didn't let it ruin
somebody
my
you-
day. I'm just like, just watch my special.
Yeah.
I don't even argue with them anymore. I'm like, okay, thanks for the engagement. Watch my special.
Thanks for the engagement. Hey, we're engaged.
Well,
Hey,
it is-
Mazel Tov.
If they took the time to
Congratulations.
watch the video and they commented, that's engagement, and that's what drives this stupid
You're only helping
buzz.
Bill.
Yeah.
Yep. The algo. You're only helping him.
The whole algo. Is
Yeah.
that what we're calling it now?
That's what the kids are calling it.
They call it the algo?
That's what my daughter calls it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think he was joking.
Which daughter?
Older one.
Okay.
The hip one. Of course, the low one's pretty hip too. Yeah. Okay. Well, we should bring him in here and ask him.
No, because last time we did that, then our bosses treated me different ever
I was
since.
going to say, no one's going to speak to you in the office.
I know.
Mary.
Alan's going to just one by one start bringing people in that I have problems with and bring it to everyone's
offended
attention.
the woman.
And then, until you get the picture.
That I'm the problem?
There
Listen,
you go.
I'm not the problem. Keith Hotchkiss was stealing my energy
I
drinks.
thought you said that you don't keep things to yourself. You wear your heart on your sleeve, and that's how problems are solved. You don't ever let anybody wonder what you're thinking.
I don't.
What's the problem with bringing Hotchkiss in to ask him if he
he's
stole
my
your energy drink?
boss, Alan.
So what?
So
He's my boss
gonna be
too, and if he
weird.
stole something of mine, I'd ask him.
Not on air.
Yeah, I would.
I don't think you would. You're not a
I've done
confrontational guy.
Yes, I on the air, I'll do anything. I don't care. Off the air, I don't care. If the red light's not on, it didn't happen. So I will do everything on the air. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
You'll do anything on the air? Show empathy.
I've hauled, you can't see that. I've hauled bosses into my show dozens of times over the years and said, hey, what is this? And sometimes you get Hotchkiss isn't a stammerer. He looked you right in the face. And he's like, yeah, I drank it.
Well, he
Didn't
said,
know it was yours.
He said, I thought I brought it in.
Yeah, right.
And then I said, no, you didn't. And he goes, whatever, I'll buy more. See, I'm a problem solver. And then I was like, you created that problem.
But he thought he brought it in. He thought
he
it was
didn't.
his. But he thought he did.
But there's no way because it wasn't there.
There's no way.
When he came in at 9 o'clock this morning, it wasn't there.
You're telling him what
and then
he
when
thought.
I came in at 2, it had appeared. So I feel like you don't think there's no.
You're telling
I don't
him what
believe
he
that.
thought?
I don't believe that. I do not believe that you can think you brought something with you that you didn't.
The guy's
There's
head.
no way.
Have you ever watched Keith Hotchkiss? His head is spinning like Blair in The Exorcist. He's the market manager. He's
Anyway.
the big boss here. I'm just saying his head is spinning a million miles an hour.
This isn't about Keith Hotchkiss. This is
It's about the engineer.
The engineer,
Yeah.
who I think was joking. I hope was joking.
Just go ask him.
What am I gonna knock on the door? Hey, man.
Yeah.
Because what does that
I
solve?
really didn't like my comedy.
Aren't you curious?
I mean, kind of.
Then go ask him.
But it also doesn't matter, right? I just want to know what
Not
kind
to
of
me.
person, if they truly don't like you, just says it. Just, hey, I don't think you're very funny at all. To your face. I mean, I guess it's kind
That's
of
a flex. That's great.
Yeah, it's a good thing either way, where it's like, hey, man, a lot of people would have that kind of, the balls on them to say that in person.
Because what happens a lot of times, right? And I don't know anything about him other than having a brief conversation with him here and there. But what happens all the time? Somebody goes, that guy's a dick. And somebody else goes, he's autistic. He doesn't know. He's on the spectrum.
Yeah.
You hear that all the time. People go, oh, well, okay.
I don't think he's autistic.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you hear that all the time where some people just don't present themselves or they think it seems to you like they're telling the truth, but to them, they're like, just kidding around.
Yeah.
Like there's not, I don't know. In audio engineer parlance, perhaps there's a missed connection.
Maybe.
Anyway, Mary Santora, Nothing Matters, available now. Numbered copies.
Yes.
Do you still have them?
I sure do.
All right.
Go ahead and get them. Mary Santora, bandcamp.com/Mary Santora.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. My head's in a million places right now.
Yeah, okay, all right. I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, you can go to alancoxshow.com for all the other stuff.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
On iHeartRadio.
Get your tickets now
at AXS.com.
for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights,
September 22nd and 23rd.
1 stage,
At T-Mobile Arena.
streaming live only on Hulu.
This is the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 if you want to join us live. I'll have your last key to hopefully fire up the Buzzard bike in about 20 minutes. You get one from Rover, you get one from Dan, you get one from me. Every weekday, we're going to be away a brand new custom Harley courtesy of Budweiser and MMS. It's going to look awesome. And every day, there are 3 chances for you to grab a key, and one of those will start this thing up. MMS is going to be out doing some key stops as well. I know there's one coming up on Friday somewhere. I don't have that information in front of me. My apologies. What's that? Yeah, Fairview Tavern. You're right. Yeah. I'm sorry. In Fairview Park, Fairview Tavern, on Friday from 5 to 7, MMS will be on site. And then next Friday at the Happy Moose in Menor, I think that these are all 5 to 7. So Fairview Tavern this Friday, Happy Moose on the 30th, and then on the 14th of July, Rookie's Pearl in Parma. For people who want to get out there on site. On site. Try to get a key for the Buzzard bike. But the next one for you here is in about 15, 20 minutes. Guardians win last night. Andres Jimenez delivers in the 10th. Nice. They had to play extra innings to beat the A's.
Hey,
a win is a win.
Do right.
A win is a win, but the A's are the worst team in baseball. And last night, it took them 10 innings to break the 2-2 tie. 3-2 was the final over Oakland, but a win is a win. And so they'll play them again tonight, 7:10. You'll hear the first pitch and everything to come after on MMS. They'll wrap the series tomorrow with a 1:10 start, and then they'll stay here at home to host the Milwaukee Brewers Friday, Saturday, Sunday, before they hit the road for a stretch, hit Kansas City and Chicago to play the Cubs. Did you talk to Ted?
I did.
So lay this out for me. So if you're just joining us, the very top of the show, Mary's in the kitchen, and Ted, one of our engineers, comes out of the rack room, which is attached to our kitchen, but it's locked to everyone but the engineers, and they go in there and tinker and do things, and it's where servers are, and they're the only people, frankly, who should be in there. So he comes out and he goes, "Hey, Mary, I listen to your stand-up." And she goes, "Oh, do you like it?" And he says no. And she goes, "He's got to be kidding."
Right. Well, because he said it was such conviction, and then I laughed, and everyone else laughed, and then he goes, "What did you want me to say to that?"
Was it a nervous laugh on your part, or were you genuinely like, it was funny to you, right?
It was very funny because it caught me off guard. That's not what I was expecting, right?
Right.
So everybody laughed, and then he goes, "What did you want me to say to that?" And then I said, "Well, F me, right?" And I walked out of the kitchen.
Who else was in the kitchen with you?
2 traffic people, Faith Nezovich and Tom.
Tom Moore.
What is it?
Tom Moore?
Moore.
Does news?
Yeah.
For WTAM.
Yes, him. So,
Did they laugh?
They laughed. Everybody laughed.
Nervous laughter probably on their part.
I don't know what it was. I genuinely laughed. So I go back in there.
Do you knock on the door? Is it locked?
Well, yeah. So Faith is still in there eating, and I go, "Do you think he was joking?" And she said kind of the same thing you did. She goes, "I think he was, but honestly, engineers are weirdos."
Yes.
She might have
well,
been
they're just
totally serious.
they are literally on a different wavelength. Like they're not, you know what I mean? They're not dopes like us, talent and things like that. They're there to make sure everything. There's a million things going wrong at any given time.
Yeah.
There's friggin' 9 radio stations with this company, right, in Cleveland. So. Okay, so you knock on the door.
So I knock on the door, and he
Or was there like a
opens it.
little doorbell there?
No, there's just a knock. I knock on the door, and he opens it, and he kind of looks at me, and I go, "Were you messing with me?" And he has like a straight face, and he goes, "Yeah, I was messing with you." Like that.
Mm-hmm.
He gave it an extra second or two before he answered. He's
now,
like,
do
"Nah."
you think that he's telling the truth now?
Yes, because he was like, he like specifically said jokes. He's like, "I really liked this
Oh,
joke,
okay.
and I liked when you did your crowd work." Like he's mentioned specifics of the special. So.
That's the thing. A lot of engineers don't have a sense of humor, but the ones that do, it's so bone dry.
Yes. Yes.
What a little bone dry that you can't tell where they're coming from. All right, go. So he did like it.
Yeah.
Did he?
So,
What did he watch specifically? Just on YouTube?
the special Nothing Matters. That's out right
And
now.
yet we discovered Something does matter
Things do
to Mary
matter.
Santora.
A lot of
Yep.
things matter.
Occasionally they will.
Every now and then, something matters. That'll
Just
be the
every
next
now and then?
album. Something matters. Some things matter.
That's the follow-up.
Yeah.
That'll be the next album.
But yeah, he said he was joking, and then he gave me a couple. Hey, I liked this. I liked that. So.
What if he had said, I don't want to talk about this?
Well, and then I was like, maybe he's
Because
doing
then you're
something
standing
important.
there. You're like, I'm just standing here.
He could have really let it out.
I'm just a girl asking a boy to like my
If he
comedy.
thinks that I'm funny. No, he was funny. He got me though. It was a good one.
He did get you, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Got him.
Yep. See, if Bill had been in that situation, Bill would have been like, all right, cool.
No.
I would have been like, shut up, Ted.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't have. You didn't know his
Have
name.
you
Get
met
back-
Ted?
Get back in your cave, Ted.
Bill would absolutely not care if somebody came out of that room and said, hey, I watched
I
your
don't
stuff.
think
And
so.
he would not.
To his face?
Yes.
That's different than the internet.
No. To
I
his
don't
face.
handle any of it well.
To
so
his
I'm on
face.
record as being overreactive.
Well, you haven't had people come up to you in public and tell you suck.
I've had variations of it. The one time I was in an elevator, man, this was a few years ago. I had just done Hilarities and I didn't do well. I was hosting, did not go well. And I was in the elevator going back, like in the parking garage. And there was a couple who was at the show. And they looked at me and the one guy goes, hey, we just saw you at Hilarities. I was like, oh, thanks. And I was feeling and you know when you bomb, I was feeling kind of bad about it. And he just goes, those other two guys were funny. You should take notes from them. I was just like, thanks, man. Have a good night. Like, because what are you supposed to say?
Yeah, but I'm
You
talking
know?
about, that's at the venue. I'm talking about randos coming up to you randomly in public and saying, you suck. I've gotten that.
No, I have never seen. I've never had
that's
that
the
happen.
best. That's fun.
I don't think I've ever had that either.
That's a good time. I haven't had it in a minute, but over the course of my career, I've had that. I got that a lot.
I do get people that will come up to me, and I know that they don't like me, but then they'll act like they like me.
How do you know
Because
they don't
they-
like you?
Yeah, how
Because
do you know
I
that?
know who they are. Like
You know who they are?
I know, like these are like people that like have interacted online or something like that, and this is like because I know they're like a friend of a friend, and I know they don't like.
But
me.
they're like trolls that you meet in real life?
and then
or-
they'll meet, and they're like, "Oh, big fan," and I'm like, "Okay, if you say so."
You liar.
Yeah.
Tell them that.
Well,
Be
but
like,
maybe
what
they-
about this
No, I
comment?
just go whatever.
Maybe
It's
they
okay.
have been converted since the last time.
I'm not
maybe they
worried
came
about it.
around.
I'm not worried about it. Of course, they're converted.
Oh God.
Once they see the real life thing.
That's right.
It's, you
In
know.
the flesh.
Well, there's also so many people that don't like me, not because they don't think I'm funny, but because I stand up for certain things. And so that becomes like a whole thing where, like, if I talk about trans people or gay rights and stuff like this, like, oh, you're so woke. Boo. I'm like, yeah, because I want people to have rights. Sorry.
They don't like you
Yeah.
standing up for
They don't
underrepresented
they-
individuals.
Yeah, they don't like that. Oh, you're
I'm
just
sorry.
You're just gonna say that black people are maligned. Okay.
I'm sorry. I simply cannot abide that.
Mm-hmm.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, first of all, thanks. It's
Oh,
not
you're
always
just gonna
easy.
not cheer for the Browns? You're from Cleveland, or at least I thought you were. You're not anymore. Because you're not from Cleveland if you don't cheer for the Browns. Like, all right, my identity's not tied to sports
I
teams.
bet
like
you get
that.
more of that than the other stuff.
It's
in this town. It's 50-50.
That's definitely calmed down, but it's still every once in a while you'll get someone mad that I
that you gave
don't
up
wa-
on the
that I
Browns.
don't want to cheer for the Browns because of Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
And again, I never said you can't. I
Well,
just said I won't.
And it's also fair to figure that everyone has their own line for everything.
Right.
And that's yours.
Yeah.
For other people, it's not. But everyone's got a line. You know, those people, I imagine there would be, sports is weird. People are so many people, their whole identities are tied into sports, but even casual fans. There's got to be, just using sports as an example, there's got to be a line that everyone has where they go, nope, I'm out. I'll hitch my wagon to another store.
And for some people, it's not anything more than just is the team winning or not. And they'll be like, oh, this team's hurt my feelings so many times by not winning that I'm out.
And by the way, for the people giving Mary a hard time, I'm seeing the text here, like, who cares what are you should care what every potential fan thinks of your work. I mean, we're playing around here and saying who cares. I'm talking about strangers online, who cares. But if somebody, like, face to your face, or they go, hey, blah, blah, blah. If a guy in a parking garage...
Coworker.
If a guy in a if a guy in a parking garage goes, you should take notes, That guy's never written a joke in his life. He has no clue how any of it works, so you kind of take it with a grain of salt.
Also, people have no idea how hard hosting is.
Well, and not even that.
Well, but people don't I don't ever care if people. I don't need people to know how the sausage is made. I just want them to enjoy
I think it gives them more insight.
But they don't. What are they going to do with that?
care.
They're not They don't care. Like I could watch a documentary on how to make a rocket, but I'm not going to go out and make a rocket.
I'm not saying you're going to make a rocket, but you can appreciate what goes into making a rocket.
Yeah, but I don't.
That's why people are going to watch Oppenheimer.
I just want people to enjoy the finished product. So if a guy goes, I didn't like it, you go, well, what didn't you like?
Well, here's my thing, is that since being on the show, I am getting better at dismissing okay, let's
Take
start
two.
over. I'm getting better at dismissing negativity, where it's like, okay, it's not always whatever it might be. Sure, whatever. You're someone on the internet.
Yeah, because
blah,
here
blah,
you get a
blah.
fire hose of it.
Exactly. But when it comes to like face to face, I'm not even really upset if he didn't like my comedy. People aren't going to like me, and being on the show has helped me see that, because of course in a perfect world I would want everybody to like me, but you guys, our dear listeners, have made it abundantly clear that is not going to happen. But
And that's why she hates you.
that's why I hate you. I hate you back. No, but like for someone, what caught me off guard was if he truly didn't like it, to just say it to my face. Like that is not something I feel like you run into
To
a lot.
come out of that room that
Yes.
you didn't know anyone
Just to
was
be
in
like,
there.
I don't like you, bye-bye.
Yes, exactly. It was more that caught me off guard than a need for him to like me. It was more like, damn, dude.
It would have
okay.
been great if he had just gone back into that room like Homer back into the hedge.
Yeah,
and
right.
Shut the door because he
Yeah.
heard you out in the kitchen.
Yeah. I got to tell this bitch what I think. That's more of what it was.
Hey, I wish you could have been that funny on stage.
Right.
Yeah. You can leave us messages if you listen on the iHeartRadio app.
Mary, Mary, why you bugging? Podcast listener, Mary was arguing with Alan about the women with zero situational awareness. And Mary, the man was raised with no empathy, basically no soul.
Oh.
So just accept Alan for who he is and adore him like we all do. Hate the show. Love you. Bye.
I mean, potato. I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
But you could learn to have empathy.
listen, nothing she said is incorrect. I don't believe in a soul, and I was not raised with empathy. I was raised in a. My parents are lovely people, but I mean, I was raised in a. If you don't take it, somebody else will. Kind of world. So, I was like, I was 40 when I was a kid, that kind of thing.
Right, but
So, yeah, I didn't grow up in an empathetic household.
you can learn empathy. That's like when people use the excuse to be like, oh, well, my pappy was racist and that's just how I was raised.
No.
You know what I mean?
Guys, make no mistake. The listeners, you guys, you know me at my most empathetic.
Okay, so you're saying there has been progress.
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you're not making progress, you better just throw a belt over the curtain rod and,
Got it.
Yeah, of course.
That was a very empathetic statement.
See? As far as a soul
if you're not
goes,
making progress, kill yourself.
Yeah, I think that well, what's the point? You spin your wheels the rest of your life? Sit there with your thumb up your
Some
ass?
people like not. That's true empathy is going, hey, if you don't want to make progress, that's fine too.
Well, that is fine. That is fine. I will have zero in common with you, and I see no point in talking to you. But, and again, I don't believe in a soul. So for her to say he has no soul, I know that's a value judgment on her part. I don't take that as an insult. I mean,
I've actually been doing a lot of thinking about souls, and
spoiler, they don't exist.
And I
To
still
you.
agree that
No,
they don't
to
exist.
science, they do not.
To you.
They don't.
It's just your brain, lady.
No, that's right. Yeah.
That's okay. That's fine.
And again, there's nothing wrong with maintaining that illusion. I think whatever makes somebody, everybody's just trying to get by, man.
Right.
And I think as long as you're not making life tough for other people, you should do whatever you got to do to get by. You should, whatever key unlocks that lock, you should do it.
But you've never had your soul crushed? Like you've never
I don't believe in a soul, so no.
He's had his. Well, you don't have feelings either.
I do have feelings.
He's had his feelings
I have a lot of
crushed.
feelings. I have a lot of feelings. It's just that we are in a place now where everybody's telling you their feelings all the time. And so you look at somebody like me who is not constantly, broadcasting them in the general sense. And somebody goes, well, this guy doesn't feel like that would be ridiculous. Who doesn't have any feelings? Of course I have feelings. I have 3 children. I have a wife, for Christ's sake. Of course, you don't walk around soulless with no feelings and attract other people to you.
I'm becoming a lot like Mary a lot sooner in my relationship because she already said that Brian is tired of her having mental breakdowns twice a week. I need to learn to stop complaining so much because I can feel myself being annoying.
Yeah.
And my boyfriend is far too nice to tell me. And I think it's probably early on in the relationship too, where he's like,
give it 3 years.
That's
3 years. Give it a few months.
And he'll say, you gotta stop.
Yeah.
So I'm making it like a point to like not complain because like he'll text me and I'm like, good morning, and I go through like the annoying stuff I have to do today, and then I'm
with
like,
him.
Like he'll text him.
Or text him or call him. Like if I'm talking to him, I'll just tell him about everything that went wrong about the day and not.
That's where
everything
you'll
that went
start.
right. Yes.
Or you'll start with, "How are you?"
Well, I say, "How are you, babe?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, how's your day going?" "Oh, you're never gonna believe
Let
it.
me
Alan's
tell you
getting
all
the hell on
about
my
it,
nerve."
right?
Wait. So this show is what's
No.
stressing you out? I mean, you're saying.
He's giving an example.
Okay, all right. I know you're trying to move and stuff. I imagine it's more focused on that.
Yeah, it's just
that stuff.
juggling many hats. It's just I got a lot on my plate, and so instead of just telling
Juggling
him,
many hats.
Juggling many hats.
wearing many hats.
The Germans invaded Pearl Harbor. Let him go.
It's
He's
a
on a roll.
top hat juggling routine, and it's really underrated. All
I
right.
want to see which
Oh,
one.
man.
on his head.
He's like on the Ted Mack Amateur Hour or something. All
The
right.
best part of that is when he started doing like an act out of him juggling.
Yes.
His computer lagged, or like his camera lagged, so it looked like he had like the many arms of Vishnu.
There you go. He's got a lot of
Juggling
hats.
a lot of hats.
Yes.
It's fine.
Yep.
What's the actual term? Juggling a lot of plates? What is that?
You got a lot of plates
Well,
in the
you're
air. Yes.
spinning a lot of
Spinning
plates.
a lot of plates.
Yep.
So what's the juggling one?
You're
Do I know?
wearing many hats.
Wearing
is
many
kind
hats?
of like
Wearing
a
many
jack of
hats.
all
Yep.
trades. That doesn't really apply.
Keep a lot of
here.
plates spinning in the air. We understand. We're breaking your balls.
No, I know.
Obviously, we understand what you mean.
But yeah, so I can feel myself being annoyed. Like, okay, life is hard. Like, you don't have to complain about every little thing. I'm like, can you believe I ran late today because my Uber Eats order was late? Blah, blah, blah. Like, so it's just stuff like that. So I have to remind myself, I'm like, I don't want to
White people problems.
drive this guy away. I don't want him to run away. So all because I'm complaining.
No, but you know what? I think if it's a healthy situation, he'll tell you, and he'll feel comfortable telling you, "Hey." And like I said yesterday, you got to let your woman or your guy, your significant other, you got to let them scoop some out of you after a while.
Yeah.
What do you mean scoop some out of you?
Everybody thinks that they don't need to change or whatever. Everybody's got to change somehow, right?
Yes.
Not in a way that makes you feel not who you are, but you got to let another person see you and go, there's a couple things here you could do without that might make you happier. Like my wife had to scoop a lot out of me, and I'm better for it. So if you guys are, it's not a fait accompli that he's going to go, I'm out because you complain too much. That would be silly.
Well,
He might just go, hey, listen. How about
What if
we
you tried therapy
Hey,
or journaling?
Well, not even that. Just like, hey, maybe don't, fire off a litany of really stupid, minuscule details that are driving you nuts.
I, like Mary, am a soul where I feel like getting
No
it
soul.
out. There's a soul. I have a soul.
No soul.
I have a soul.
Listen, we're
You
allowed
don't
to
have a
believe
soul.
What we want. We're not hurting anybody.
I have
by
to get
believing
it off
that.
my chest. So I didn't want to complain to him, so I'm still going to complain. It's in my nature to complain. So I call someone else. I don't call him. I call my mom, or I call my girl best friend, or someone else who I know is going through the struggle, going through the grind, someone who I know is probably broke or going through it. I'm like, listen, I got a story for you, and I want you to tell me if I'm freaking out or not. So that way, I don't ruin anybody's day.
He's keeping a lot of balls in the air. Is that what he was?
There you go.
Right?
How much can you do?
Hey, I got that Buzzard bike key for you. If you want a key that might fire up this custom Harley from MMS and Budweiser, call her 10 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Good luck.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Fest.
August 4th at Victory Park.
Buzzard Fest.
All right, we are 22 days, 21 hours, and 9 minutes away from this year's Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival. It's the 14th through the 16th of July out in Mansfield at the Ohio State Reformatory. Limp Bizkit is your Friday night headliner. Pantera will headline Saturday, and then Slipknot, your Sunday night headliner there. But the lineup is fantastic, as it is every year. So it's Megadeth and Volbeat and Lamb of God in this moment. Incarceration.com for the details. I got general admission weekend passes for you. All weekend long, you can be there with GA tickets here. Caller 10, these are yours, two of them. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
That Slipknot Sunday night, boy, that is going to be bananas. But every night's great. That last night there, it's Lamb of God and Bush and Wage War. Great local band called Frail. Don't miss them. Played them on 2 hours to midnight a few weeks back. We are back this Saturday night, by the way. If you haven't joined us yet, if you're a metal fan and you're not hip to our new metal show here, it is called 2 hours to midnight. And I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And we were preempted by Guardians baseball last Saturday, but we're back this Saturday night, 10 o'clock. It's brand new metal for you, a lot of classic stuff that we dig, local music. I got a handful of local bands this Saturday night. Slow Wake, a band called Let Them Divide, a band called Terra Noct, One Life, All In, all four local bands. So they'll be in the mix this Saturday night from 10 to midnight. Anything you want to submit, a request, or your band, whatever, you can shoot me an email, 2htm@wmms.com. Corey Taylor, by the way, speaking of Slipknot, he has said that they are going to go out next year and do shows to commemorate the 25th anniversary of their debut album. It'll be 25 years. And again, Slipknot is a band where every 9 months they're like, yeah, this is it. Corey Taylor's got a lot of different irons in the fire. And there's a lot of attrition in that band between deaths and people bailing out and whatever. But their debut album was 1999, so 25 years old next year, and they are planning on doing a big tour, a world tour. So if you're a Slipknot fan, you're a Corey Taylor fan, see what happens there. Here in Ohio, of course, they are laser focused on the really important stuff. Never let it be said, the people in charge of things here in the Buckeye State do not have their eye on the ball. There are a couple of legislators down in Columbus who want to see to it that July 1 is Taylor Swift Day in Ohio.
Once they rename Columbus Flavortown, then we can talk about Taylor Swift Day. But until Columbus has its proper name, I don't want to hear any business about Taylor Swift Day.
Yeah, where is that on the docket?
Right?
Where's the Flavortown proclamation? I don't even know where that came from. I know it's Guy Fieri, but I mean, why Columbus, Ohio?
Because I think
Is he from Columbus?
I thought it was a Columbus Day thing, like it was related to Christopher Columbus.
It might be. That's what I mean. I don't know where it came from.
Like
he is
Oh.
from Columbus.
Yeah.
Guy Fieri is
Maybe
from
not.
Columbus.
So it makes all the sense in the world to call it Flavortown.
Flavortown, Ohio.
I would be so excited to be like, oh, I got shows in Flavortown Friday and Saturday.
That would be awesome. Come see Bill Squire in Flavortown. For a while, there would be that transitional period where it would be Flavortown, formerly Columbus, Ohio. But, Columbus makes a big show, as well they should. Columbus is the hot city in Ohio. It's where all of the, people get out of college. They get jobs in Columbus.
Get into college.
Or whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's the big metro area right now. And there are businesses. I think Intel is building that chip factory down there or whatever. Boy, won't that be delicious. But to call it Flavortown would be fantastic. Because all those companies would have to announce, we're breaking ground on a $4 billion plant in Flavortown.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I don't mind the world becoming just one real meme.
But until that day, some legislators, because everything else in Ohio is solved. All the problems are solved, big and small.
Alan, see me after the show.
I'm sorry? I've just been handed a note. Oh, they are not. They are very much not. Oh,
some
boy,
real big ones are
Was
a big
I
problem.
misinformed? Well, the big ones are hard. Designating July 1 as Taylor Swift Day in Ohio, not hard. Some people might be hard over that. But it's a bipartisan effort. Boy, they really can come together on things that are important, right? It's got to be like a congressman or something is tired of his kids screaming about stuff at home. So he's like, I'll go to work and see what I can do. Because Taylor Swift, of course, is a global phenomenon. We just sent a couple of people to the show in Pittsburgh.
We heard anything back from them about their trips?
Have not.
Ungrateful.
No. Nope. Most of the commentary I heard was about my daughter acting as the judge.
She was very good.
Yeah, she's pretty good. So whether or not anything happens here, and again, I don't even know what it means. I mean, I think anybody can have a day named after them. I can't tell you how excited I was when the former mayor of Cleveland, Phil Jackson, what was his name?
Yep.
Frank Jackson. I'm sorry. I was thinking.
Frank Jackson. No, Phil.
To be the butthole of the world sometimes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Phil Jackson, of course, legendary coach of the Bulls.
Yeah.
Frank Jackson, the mayor who called Cleveland the butthole of the world. When Justin Bibb got in as the duly elected mayor, I drove really hard at the hoop to try to get Poundcake Day in Ohio. But as of yet, my calls aren't being returned.
I wonder why.
Well, it's a good question. I would like to know. Try to get September 8th. That is your birthday, right?
Correct.
Try to get September the 8th. I looked up on my phone. September the 8th designated as Poundcake Day in the state of Ohio. Now, they think I'm talking about the food, but that's okay. They don't need to. If that fast tracks it, I don't care how it gets there. So I don't know if anything will happen here. I mean, obviously, July 1st is just a couple of weeks away. It's the next Saturday. Whether or not it'll be Taylor Swift Day here in Ohio, I don't know. But, she didn't come here, play in Cincinnati. I don't know if she's playing Columbus. But she didn't come here. We had to send people to Pittsburgh.
Alan, oh my goodness. I cannot believe you had your daughter judge men in dresses. They're trying to ban that kind of stuff. Men are supposed to judge little children. That's the way this goes. That is America.
I see what he's doing there. He's right. Yeah, I was kind of bummed we didn't have one protester. I thought there'd be somebody out there be complaining that we had men in drag out here. But that didn't happen. And I think it's because they were all straight guys, right? That stuff gets shrugged off when it's straight guys. That's just a straight guy in a dress. That's just a laugh. Look at that guy. A gay guy in a dress, that is somehow groomer pornography, and the place should be burned down. But again, just for those of you keeping score at home, it's still not drag queens doing things to your children. It's not drag queens. It has never been drag queens. I was reading about this Christian missionary who got 30 years in prison for giving a preschooler an STD. It's still not drag queens, and it never has been. It's guys like Jordan Webb, who's getting decades in prison for sexual abuse, for giving a child gonorrhea.
Wow.
So still, just let me check my notes, not drag queens. Ever, 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 ever. I got a letter from Matt. Where is this? Al, I'm a little bit behind. You were talking about people cleaning up dead birds because they're flying into windows. Maybe it was last week. There was an organization like the Downtown Cleveland Bird Alliance or something. They're trying to draw attention to the fact that Cleveland leads the entire state in birds being killed by hitting high-rise windows. And so I guess so this organization literally kind of scours the streets near these high-rises and scoops up. I mean, I don't think they're dressing as window washers and trying to get them before the fact. They're down on the ground and scooping up birds, looking for birds that might have hit and are just wounded. I rescued a bird this past weekend.
Oh, yeah? You're a bird hero?
I'll tell you what, nothing will make you feel more in touch with nature than when you rescue a bird.
They're bird mechanics.
And I'm a bird mechanic. They're not real. They're all drones. But I was doing something in the backyard, and we have these giant raspberry bushes that my wife has put bird netting around, which is supposed to, I assume, I don't know if they're scented in a way that's supposed to keep birds away. I think it's just supposed to be a physical barrier of sorts so the birds don't eat all your berries. Well, I go out there to get my lawnmower out of the shed, and there's a tiny bird. I don't know if it was a grackle. I'm no ornithologist, so I don't know what it was. But it was caught up in the netting. And it was just kind of flopping there. First, I thought it was dead. I was like, oh, this sucks. And my dog's sniffing around. But again, my dog is not a, like, coming in with a bird in her mouth. She's not that kind of dog. So I put on my work gloves, and I grab this bird, and it's trying to bite me, obviously. But I hear it talking to another bird in a tree. They're chirping back and forth to each other. So this one is clearly supposed to be with his pal, but he's caught in the aptly titled bird net. To the best of my knowledge, this is not to catch birds. It's to repel birds. This bird got caught up. So I thought maybe I would just get to pull this bird out, a tiny little bird. And I'm not even quite sure how you're supposed to hold a bird. So
not too hard, not too soft.
Yeah, I did what I think you're supposed to do. I held it by the head, thumb and forefinger on each eye. That's how you do it, right?
Mm-hmm. Squeeze.
That's great.
No, I didn't do that. So I put my hand like around its, it's not a thorax, around its torso, I guess, right? And it's trying to bite me. That's why I'm wearing the gloves, because I know that's going to happen. And it's really caught up in this net. So it's not like I can just pull it out because it's wrapped around its feet and its beak, and it's getting, you know, the more that this little bird kind of thrashes, the more I'm worried it's going to get tangled. So I grab my pruning shears from the shed. I'm going to cut the net off. Now we're in a more surgical area here. I'm like, well, I definitely don't want to clip a wing, because then you're really screwed.
Right.
If you free the bird and he can't fly, you haven't done it
anyway.
Yep. You haven't done it any favors. So the thing's trying to it's snapping at me the whole time. Obviously, it doesn't know what I'm doing. And then I'm like, this is a two-person job. Gwen was gone. She gets home at just the right time. I said, you got to help me with this. So I hold the bird. She cuts the bird, and I let it go. And it kind of flops a little bit and flies up enough to get on the fence, and it reunites with its pal. And I think I've done a good thing. I've never rescued a bird before. It was real hands-on. But the thing keeps coming back. It keeps coming back to the scene of the crime.
Father?
I'm like, man, I'm like, this is not what I had planned.
You're bird dad.
Maybe I'm bird dad now.
It has your scent.
Yeah, maybe so. But I've seen it on the top of the fence. I've seen it still trying to go for the raspberries. We took the bird netting down. So I guess we'll get what we get. Anyway, I digress. I don't want to toot my own horn here on the subject of bird rescue. If I'm nothing if not humble. But Matt says you were talking about those people cleaning up the dead birds. I was with my ex in her kitchen one day, his ex, and she was sitting at the island, and out of nowhere I hear a noise, and I said, what was that noise? And she said, I think a bird flew into the window, but I noticed that she looked really guilty. And a bit later, she said she didn't want to admit to it, but the noise was that she had farted. That's quick thinking. You go, I think a bird flew into a window, because usually that's not the sound of a bird hitting the window.
I thought a volcano was erupting.
That was the first time either of us had ever farted in front of one another. And now, anytime people ask what that noise was, or if somebody farts, I say, oh, a bird hit the window. Jesus, did you fart? No, a bird hit the window.
Bird hit the window.
Yeah.
When Brian and I were in Arizona last year, we were woken up
Awakened, sure.
Awakened
Either one.
Fart?
Yep.
No, by a huge slam. And then we went out into the living room, and there was a bird imprint on the window.
Wow.
This thing hit the window so hard that it left an imprint. I think I might still have a video of it because it was, I don't know, 6 in the morning. We're like, what the hell was that?
6 in the morning.
We go out there's an imprint. A hurt little bird flopping around on the ground. I'm like, what are we supposed to do? He's like, I don't know, don't touch it. So
Now,
we
did
just
you-
left it.
Oh, so you're not into rescuing birds like I am.
No, because
Oh.
it wasn't like a baby bird. It wasn't caught. It had like a broken wing. There's nothing. What are we going to do? Take it to a vet?
Call up Mr. Mister.
I don't know what that is.
Doesn't matter. Okay, so it's flopping around, and what do you do? Put it in a Ziploc? And,
No, we left it.
Oh, boy.
We figured it's
on its way out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A fox will get it or something.
Yeah. I got to tell you, I was so pleased that I was able to find that bird and help it at just the right time. Because, sometimes you need something like that.
Yeah.
To commune with nature in a way that you wouldn't normally otherwise. But now I can't get that goddamn thing to leave. So I don't know. I was getting ready to put up a feeder, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that because now this thing's going to be hanging out all the time.
Well, he already is. You might as well feed him.
Yeah, might as well.
Well, I mean, and that's
then
the
you
other...
then you get to look at squirrels too that are just using the bird feeder like their own personal
Right.
little kitchen.
But that's the other thing, too, is they tell you, wasn't there a guy a couple of weeks ago that thought he was saving a sea lion or something? And they arrested him? Because you're not supposed to mess with animals. If a sea lion or one of these aquatic mammals is broken away from its herd in the ocean, it's rejected by its mother. There's some...
I thought that was a urban legend.
No,
I've heard that with birds, that you're not supposed to touch a baby bird because then the mother won't come back.
No, what was it? This guy was arrested. A guy who was arrested because he tried to help an animal that had been beached rather than just leaving it there, which is what you're supposed to do. I don't know if there are signs or what there are, what are there. But they're like, people are constantly trying to mess with nature. Like they're trying to help an animal that's hurt, putting it in their car, taking it to the ranger service, and the rangers will be like, just let nature do its thing. So there was a thing in my brain where I was like, but again, this was not a deer in the national park. This was not a beach seal. It was a bird that was caught in a net that we put up. So, but, by and large, people are so disconnected from nature that they you can't blame them. They think they're doing something nice. Let me grab this thing and put it back in the ocean. Because who the hell knows, who the hell knows what the herd patterns of a manatee are? Nobody knows that.
Well, we're watching Our Planet 2, which just came out on Netflix, and we're learning a lot. Maybe if you educated yourself, Alan.
What'd you learn so far?
Well, I don't know anything about manatee. But albatross babies are ugly. I learned that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're giant. What else did I learn?
Really?
Crabs eat their young.
Mm-hmm.
They eat the babies.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, you never know what you're going to find.
With extinction, and I think it's because it's out of shape. Looks like a retired football player. Ever see the manatee on the Discovery Channel? It's always floating around like, I'm bloated. Too much pizza for me.
Mm-hmm. Sea cow, fat ass. Yeah, so rescued a bird. This guy uses a bird hit a window as a euphemism for someone farting, which is great. Bird hit a window. We don't have birds hitting us here at the Showcase Studio window at 668 Euclid.
They're too low.
They're too low. They're not coming. There's always some thing going on. There's pigeons walking around, but there's nothing flying into our window with any regularity, which I guess is good. But rest assured, listener, if that were to happen, I would run my tiny ass out there and save it. I'd turn this friggin' room into an aviary. This brand spanking new equipment would be covered in crap.
Hell yeah.
Hey. I got a break. Hey, comedian Eddie Pepitone is in town. He's doing hilarities, and I cannot wait to meet him. He'll be in later on. I will have Guardians tickets for you. July 3rd, they're going to be playing the Atlanta Braves. I'll have those for you later on. You want to go see Bill Burr at the Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton. I'll hook those up later on. We'll get a Poundcake sports break in later on, too. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or
most bad guys of the bad guys.
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm taking Mary to this show.
No, you are not.
Oh, you're going on your own?
Ask Brian.
I don't even know what this is.
This is a band called Bane. They are a great Boston hardcore band who've recently reunited.
Oh, good. Glad they got back.
And they did some of their best work back in the day. I grew up a metal kid. I still am. But all my friends were in hardcore bands. But I would dabble occasionally. I'd listen to like Dag Nasty and 7 Seconds and Minor Threat and things like that. But friends of mine were way into hardcore bands. Bane is pretty good for what they do. Yeah. But they're getting a lot of attention because a girl went to one of their reunion shows in Boston and started a whole Twitter thread about how displeased that she was that the singer was advocating for trans people and criticized the U.S. government, leading a lot of people to go, do you know what hardcore is? It's like people who get mad that Rage Against the Machine is so political, right?
Yeah.
They're like,
why did
you've
they have to
never
get
been
political
to
lately?"
a show like this before, have you? Or how did you end up here at the show? And Bane probably goes back 30 years, but, you know, they're older men now, and they're doing the big hardcore festival for those of you who are going to This Is Hardcore in Philly. I think beginning of August. I think Bane is one of the headliners for that. But this girl tweeted how upset she was by Bane leaving early. That's how she closed out her tweet. And so obviously, people couldn't let that go unchallenged. And they were like, do you know at all what, hardcore fundamentally is anti-establishment in any form it might possibly take. Anti-corporate, it's all DIY, all of it.
Anti-ans.
Fascist.
Anti-ans. Anti-fa. Anti-authoritarianism, all of it. It's like the man said, what are you against? He said, what do you got? But she became, at least in the hardcore scene, she became the internet's main character for a few hours. People leaving quick responses to her, people who are more enmeshed in the hardcore scene leaving more thoughtful answers. Somebody just responded to her, being very, very dumb is becoming cool. And listen, maybe she's onto something there, right? I mean, maybe she's... Listen, there are plenty of Nazi punk bands out there if that's your vibe. But it's not everybody's vibe. But it is funny when, maybe she went with a boyfriend. I don't know. You do have to wonder how that person got to that show. Maybe she went for the opener.
Oh, and she stayed.
And she stayed for Bane. Again, I don't know what the makeup of this show was, but it's not like there's going to be a band that she liked and then hardcore shows like any other show. It's going to be 3 or 4 hardcore bands. Good thing you left. Don't ever come back. We do not want you in our scene. Were some of the responses she got. And again, might be a good opportunity to reach across the aisle and try to bring somebody into the scene rather than just immediately dismissing them, trying to figure out where she's coming from. You went to a Bane show and thought you'd hear conservative talking points. Somebody said, feel free to move to Florida. So, yeah. But those guys are doing a handful of shows. If you remember them, you might not even remember them. Because a lot, like I said, when I was coming up in junior high and high school, all my friends that were into hardcore music, it was not, I like some melody. I like some musical acumen. Hardcore is pretty much all about just getting in the pit, kind of, I'll take some Black Flag every now and then, or Husker Du or something, but It was
Husker
not.
Du's hardcore?
Husker Dones.
Yeah, I mean, those bands are considered, like, if you go far, 80s hardcore bands. I mean, yeah, kind
Husker
of.
Du was always more like pop punky.
Well,
But
I mean, they're not like Minor Threat or
No,
Seven
no.
Seconds, those kinds of bands. But I think when people think of that era of bands and that kind of band, I would think a lot of people might throw Husker Du in there.
Yeah, I mean, I also only know a little bit of Husker Du, and it's the stuff that sounds a lot like the Replacements. And I know the Replacements
Right.
have a vast catalog too, where there is some much harder stuff. But I was more into the poppier stuff.
Right. In Chicago, we had a local band called Screeching Weasel.
Oh, I know Screeching Weasel.
Yeah, that a lot of people. I mean, that's a band that's had 400 members over the course of the time that it was around. But that was the kind of the band that launched a lot of my peers into the hardcore scene, was Screeching Weasel. And they have one of the greatest album titles of all time, called Boogada Boogada Boogada. If you've got to have an album name and you just can't come up with something, throw some onomatopoeia in there. Poundcake, your favorite hardcore band?
Panic at the Disco.
I was going to say Paramore.
Well, no, that's your favorite punk band.
Oh, well, then Paramore, yeah. Brick by Blowing Brick, Crush.
Paramore is your favorite hardcore band.
There you go.
Misery Business.
Mm-hmm.
It's also hard and it makes me cry.
Right. Right. It's hard to the core. Although I think they're most frequently associated with emo bands.
Well, that was they had an emo phase, but I think.
Oh, a phase. They got out of that?
I think the phase changes with her hair color. Like she came out as having orange hair. Then she changed it to red, so that's real heavy metal. And then,
I thought emo was specifically not a phase. Like, that's why there's 45-year-old guys still crying about their high school girlfriend, because it's...
They're crying about their high school
Chris
girlfriend.
Carrabba, he's made a career about crying and getting dumped in the 8th grade. Guy's like 50.
Well, I can't speak to their experience.
I mean, God bless him.
Speak to mine.
You write what you know. Okay, so Paramore, your favorite hardcore band.
They go so hard, man. I want to mosh.
But you didn't go see them, did you, when they were here?
I didn't have any monies.
He's got other things he's got to do.
If they gave me free tickets, I would definitely go. But everyone hates. I get a lot of backlash from people saying, like, stop begging for free tickets. Life is not free. I'm like, okay.
Backlash from whom?
There's listeners that like climb in my DMs talking about, like, you are so selfish. You're so greedy.
No, but we work in a
self-centered.
business that is like.
It's not begging you.
It's all about free
Part of
tickets.
it, yeah.
Right.
Like,
It used to be. Not really anymore. They'll put your 2 inches under the roof. But back in the day, radio got great tickets.
Yeah, but they're like, it's so self-centered of you to ask that, or what's the word that they use? I forget what it was.
Greedy?
You're a mooch.
Yeah, mooch, or yeah, grow up. It's childlike. People pay for their own tickets. I said, okay, they pay for their tickets if they really want to go.
We had guys dressing up as Taylor Swift to get free tickets. Those guys could have gone because they didn't want to spend the money, or they didn't have the money to spend. Everybody loves free tickets.
Yeah.
I don't get what the point is.
And it's not a big deal. Like, I just won't go. Like, I'm not begging to go.
You're asking, and if it's available, you go.
And if not, I won't. I'm not going to miss out on rent or, like, stuff I got to do to go to a concert. Like, there's no one I want to see that bad.
How's your apartment hunt going?
I got a guy.
You got a guy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it your same guy? You don't want to say his name on air?
Wait, who's got a guy?
I got a guy who can give Cody a really nice apartment.
Really?
Listen, you might not always have water. There will definitely be bugs.
Is this Bozo?
Yes. I give you a
Has he not rented your place out?
No, my place has been rented out. Actually, Julia Mary from the Funny Bus lives in my old place.
Yeah.
In your old apartment?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
With another comic, yeah.
Yeah.
Does she have issues with Bozo?
I don't know. I haven't talked to her about it. But listen, Cody.
Okay, you don't want Bozo to be. You've heard the horror stories. You don't want Bozo to be your landlord.
Cody, how important is it that things get fixed without duct tape?
AKA up to code. How important is that to you? And furthermore, the city of Lakewood or Rocky River.
Rocky River.
Pretty important, I guess.
I can give you his number.
I'm not so much of a handyman, so I feel like if a lot of stuff is wrong, I would be calling.
He's more of a hander man.
Yeah.
If I can't fix it with tape, then it's gonna be on the hands of the maintenance guy.
Bill, that was a touching wieners joke.
I got it. That's how yeah. That's how I.
So you're when
approve of that.
do you How quickly do you have to be out of your current spot?
I have to the end of July.
Oh, you got some time.
5 weeks.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time to me. It seems like it's so because I haven't found a place yet, so I have to.
What's your budget? Or you don't have to say if you don't
I don't
want
to say it on air.
Can you text me?
Yeah.
Text the group. I want to know. I'll find you a place. You want to? Hey, you can live in Blake's toy room.
Yeah, no.
We'll put up an air mattress for you.
I'm applying to places. I just don't have a place locked down yet.
I'll tell you
what.
what.
Looked at places last night.
You went and looked at places?
I looked at places last night. I looked at places.
You kind of in your vicinity, or you're going somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Why don't you just move back to Oberlin?
Because that's
Move
far.
back in with your mom. In Lorraine.
My mom's moving too.
Your mom's leaving your house?
Yeah, she's moving. She's leaving her house.
Well, isn't that the house that did you grow up in that house?
No, she lives in Lorraine.
Oh,
now.
she's in Lorraine. Yeah.
At what part of town you want to stay on the west side, or you don't
I
really
wanna-
care?
West Side mainly.
Why do you live with your mom?
Because
She's sleeping in the daytime. You're at work.
Isn't it you guys who always say that I should live on my own?
Yes.
But we like to
100%
also then switch it up on you and be like, go live
Yeah.
with your mom for entertainment purposes on our part.
Yeah, no. I at this point, I mean, my boyfriend was like, "Why don't we get a place together?" I said, "It's far too early for that, and I can't afford to live at my current place by myself."
Yeah, because if you break up, you don't want to be under the same. Oh my God.
And I still feel like it's too early. I feel like
It's too early.
If we're
It's
gonna
definitely
be
too early.
Yeah, I was like, if we're gonna be together for as long as you think we are, then there's no rush. Like, give it a year. Let me build up my credit. Let me know what it's like to live on my own. And essentially, it came down to me because I could have stayed with a friend, or I could have moved back in with my mom to save money. But it just, I'm 30. I barely have stuff in my name other than like debt. So there's no better time than now. It's very frustrating because it's all happening all at once.
Right.
And I'm balancing, I don't.
But you're never going to be able to live on your own with that budget, are you?
I mean,
It's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna be hard.
Even around here, that's going to be
that
hard.
I know
is-
that's now you sense
Just
my struggle.
I know,
Buy
I understand.
a house in East Cleveland.
What? Do not do that.
And get it for a quarter of your budget.
Yeah.
It's a fixer
Yeah,
upper.
they don't even make one bedrooms. You're not like, okay, when
Just
I
get a
moved
big
into,
room. Just
when
get a
I
big room with a toilet in the corner.
When I moved into Bozo's place, I was in the basement apartment, maybe 500 square feet, technically a one bedroom, and it was $550. And that was in 2018. And even in 2018, that was like oh my God, how did I find this place for under $800?
Now you know. It's all duct tape.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, so that's what I'm saying, is that if you live in a place that sometimes doesn't have water below ground with no amenities, that is still $600 a month. You know? And I don't think Cody's necessarily looking for that.
All right, well, yeah, he's got a lot to consider.
And that was 5 years ago.
Why is your mom moving? She want to get away from the highway?
Because she wants to.
Oh.
She just wants
Closer to
another
work?
house. No, not really.
Okay.
How
long has she been there?
I want to say like maybe 6-7 years.
Oh, not that long. I was thinking she'd been there like
No,
25 years or something.
That house is fairly new to her, but
I see.
she's like, I want a different location.
Would you consider buying a house?
How's he going to do that? He doesn't have any money.
Yeah, I'm poor. Like y'all know,
Well, okay,
y'all know what I make.
whoa. I know what you make, but you only need 3% down on a house, and you might be better off finding something like a mortgage closer to that number than rent.
Yeah, but then you're on the hook. Like if something bad happens, I don't understand this push, man, for people.
It's
I mean,
not even a
interest,
push like, hey, you should. It's
yeah, but
that,
interest rates are like way higher than they were
but
before.
people are getting blown out of the water by how expensive rent is, dude.
Right, but it's not like a house is going to be cheaper for you.
Well, but it will be. If
Oh,
you
what,
want
on a 30-year, he's going to sign a 30-year mortgage?
But he doesn't even have to keep it that long. He
can
can sell it in a
yeah.
couple years.
Yeah, good luck.
What do you mean, good luck?
That
this
whole
is like
thing,
the best
that
time to
whole
sell houses right now.
Yeah, if you own a house, he doesn't own a house. You're telling him to buy one.
But do you
It's all cooling off right now. You saw his budget. How's he going to put 3% down?
Honestly, but you get
like 5 weeks. So
get with Erica. She'll help you find a house, and she'll help you fix it up so that when you do sell it, it'll be worth a lot more than
You
it
are
would
not.
really worth.
I do not think he's going to find an apartment for that budget.
I don't think he is either.
So what I'm saying is that there are small houses that would have a mortgage of that. You're not finding an apartment for less than $900. At least not anything decent.
Just put his business out there.
Yeah,
His
Mary.
budget
I'm just
out.
saying
Wait,
that
you
that's-
just put his budget out there, though.
No,
I said,
400 square feet is
If
so
you want to
small.
live in a closet, I have a storage unit in my building, and I'll give it to you for 1/2 of what you put as your budget.
Just squat in one of Mary's mom's storage units.
There you go. They actually,
You can babysit all the knickknacks.
And I'll let you use the bathroom once a week.
My boyfriend's gonna be mad, but if I need money, I'm just about to just create an OnlyFans just for moving expenses.
Cody,
and
if
then
you created an
couple
OnlyFans, you could buy a house in cash by the end of the month. And I don't mean a tiny little house.
Well, then I'm quitting.
Do it.
Like I'm
Do
leaving
it.
this job. If that's the case, I can't have 3 jobs, be hella broke, and it's the difference between being like poor and really poor right now. Like if I get an apartment above my budget or below, I'm still gonna be poor. But if I get it above my budget, I'm gonna be really poor.
Dude.
So I'll just get one job. It's just straight linear on the
And you don't
application.
want to have somebody move in with you where you are now?
No.
Oh.
Not really. And I don't really, it's really short notice. So, not that I've asked, but I really wasn't looking either.
And then you're going to get someone who's desperate.
Yeah, I really didn't even consider it because I'm like, am I going to have a roommate for the rest of my life?
Maybe. There's no shame in that.
I mean, Alan and Mary both have roommates.
Yeah.
Different.
Gwen lives with me. Sorry.
I live with her. You live together.
We live together.
Perfect harmony.
Alan, there's apartments in Lakewood near 117th for under $900 a month. You could live right by the gay,
by me.
gay Thunderdome or whatever that place is.
You'd be living near me.
Yes, but even those are going to have, well, not that you need all the amenities, but that's not going to have air conditioning. That's
I
not
don't
going
care
to
about
That's going to have
that.
off-street parking. You're not going to have anywhere to park. You have to try to park on the street in Lakewood.
It is what it is. I'm already mad that I right now I have in-unit laundry. Before I leave
You're
this
not getting that.
But I know that's what I'm saying. Before I leave this apartment, I'm gonna have all my wash
He's gonna do
clothes,
all of
and
his
I'm
list.
I'm probably not gonna do laundry for the entire year that I'm there because I'm gonna wash. I mean,
I
it
would
needs to
just
be refreshed.
honestly hang on to the spot you have.
That's
You
what I
say
think.
that,
Can't
but
afford
That's
it
what
by
I
himself.
think.
I don't know, and still, like I
Get a roommate.
I rent that place as I have a roommate there. So,
But you told me what it's cost, and it's like the top end of your budget.
I understand that, but that's just rent alone. That's not counting utilities and food and to live.
How about
Start that OnlyFans.
Dude, Cody, the more money I make selling pictures of my feet, the more I'm like, if
Go
anything
full,
happens,
full Monty.
dude, just do it. You'll be a millionaire.
How about
Do it for 3 months.
I talk to Keith Hotchkiss and see if
Get him one in the building.
we can put a Murphy bed in Studio G.
Is it free?
Hey, Cody, it's the summer of influence. Get your mojo back.
The summer of
And-
influence. Do it. Get yourself some
Ask
endorsements, baby.
668 if
Yes.
you can endorse a place down here.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm not even
that would
joking
be
about that.
awesome. That would be amazing.
Why don't you say something? Send an email right now.
No. You don't ever want to do an endorsement for a place to live.
Why?
Because when the endorsement's over, they kick you out.
Okay, then
Or
he
you
can
gotta
go move
pay
in
the
with his
full price.
boyfriend. He can
Right.
go move in with his
What?
boyfriend. If it's a 1-year lease and he's saying he wants to be with his boyfriend for at least a year before they move in together, that's perfect.
It ain't going to be a 1-year lease. It'll be a 6-month lease.
Well, not. They don't make those anymore.
Yes,
I would take
for
6 months
endorsements,
for
they do. The
endorsements, they do.
endorsement is
You're
as long as
1,000
they.
years
They'll
old.
do it for a month.
The endorsement is for as long as they want to do the campaign.
If I live somewhere,
I knew so many
free.
people earlier in my career that like did endorsements for housing. They got screwed when the thing was over.
why? Because they had to pay for it.
They're like, we're not. You can either pay full price or you got to get out because the
I would
campaign's over. I'm like, why
Right,
would you
but
ever
Cody-
tie that to where you
Cody
live?
has a backup plan.
What's that?
If this endorsement lasts 6 months or a year, he could move in with his boyfriend after.
Or I would it would give me enough time. I would look
Or
at
enough
it
time to
as-
save money.
I was gonna say it's temporary, so it will be enough time for me to look for another place.
6 months rent free
Just
for him
widen-
to pocket it.
Widen your radius. Like, get a place in Canton.
Canton.
What?
It's like an hour and 10-minute drive to work.
You get a
every day.
townhouse with a garage for $750 a month.
I
They
saw
got
a
a
place-
studio down there. We could just patch them in from down there.
If that's the case, feel free. I would totally do that. If you guys want to,
You are not moving to Canton.
I would move to Akron. I've already been in that area. I know that area quite well.
Where
I
are you
have
going to go
friends down
out?
there.
In Canton.
What are you talking about? They have like apartment developments down there.
No, where are you going to go out? Where's the gay club in Canton?
I don't care. I'm
He'll
living there for
start one.
$500, $600. I don't care. Who cares? That's like stuff that that's such a non-factor. I can go to the gay club and make an event of it. I can stay at the hotel. My boyfriend
You
lives
can
up here.
sip seductively anywhere. Why don't you
Cody,
move
you're
in
not
with?
going to move an hour away.
Why don't you just move in with Bill?
Bill?
Got a lake view up there in Squifle Tower.
He has
Did you
me
offer that, Bill?
live there for free. Yeah.
No, not
For free. Why would you
no.
live there for free? No, but you give him a certain amount of what his mortgage is.
What?
You pay his HOA fees.
If I lived with Bill,
And you
what
walk
would
his dog.
Charge me.
What would I charge you?
Yes.
Be honest.
Ooh.
Don't be like.
I'd probably charge him about like $600.
There you go. What's the matter with that?
But then you still don't have a parking spot.
I still do. Yeah, it would be awful.
You take the RTA.
And quiet hours. You're not gonna like quiet hours.
And that's the thing with Bill. I would have to have a sign that says "not for air." Like I would walk around with it because I'm just gonna be in my house, and he'd be like, "Oh, well, you'll never guess." Nope, I'm not Poundcake right now.
And I don't have an extra bedroom because I got my bedroom and then I got the shoe room.
Yeah, we can
Now,
just
you can't-
discard that.
and you can't do that.
Throw that into the lake.
So you're gonna have to basically just sleep on my couch.
No.
And then also I don't want to see or hear you. And also I don't want you in my bathroom.
There's a lot of caveats.
And make it 1,200
to signing this lease. I don't want to see you or hear you, and it's twice as much.
So
now
you
that
mean-
I've thought about
And
it.
also you gotta get your own plate.
salary.
Yeah, you
Mhm.
gotta get your own plates.
I'm just gonna stinky up your apartment. I'm just gonna poop there. I walk around with my socks off all the time. And then
Oh
that's
God!
how I'll leave.
Abort! This is a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Oh
some of that.
man! And you're not going to be able to know which it is. Did he just poop or are his socks off?
Oh, gross.
My boyfriend. See, that's the thing. My boyfriend's still nice. He still hasn't said anything about that, and I know he's.
It smells like the devil pinched off a loaf in
I
here.
have to hurry up and do laundry before he gets there because I'm like, if my socks are balled up in my hamper and we're in my room just laying in my bed, I'm like, I don't want him to smell it. I don't want him to think it's me. So I have to hurry up and either put it in the washer or I'll just do laundry before he comes.
Yeah.
Over.
All right. Well, I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to do that. Comedian Eddie Pepitone is going to join us closer to 420. He's doing a gig at Hilarities. Excited to talk to him. I've Guardians tickets for you later on, July 3rd. The Braves are going to be in town. Hook up to see Bill Burr down in the aforementioned Canton area. He's doing Hall of Fame Stadium this fall. Poundcake Sports Break on the way, too. And we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
See what you can do at fightingforair.org.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. You want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com to watch for all the other stuff there. Who's helping out today? George? Nope. George McDoost. George, like George with an R?
Yeah, George.
George McDoost. Well, there's a lot of O's in there. George McDoost is assisting back there in the video department today. So thank you so much for your help there. The Guardians take some extra innings to beat the A's last night, but they do it. 3-2 is the final against Oakland. Second of 3 tonight, right around the corner. 7:10 is your first pitch. We will roll out as per usual. We're on 6:30, and then your pregame coverage will get going shortly thereafter. And then they'll finish up the series tomorrow afternoon with a businessman special. Have there been any updates on that submersible submarine that they're desperately trying to get those
I
billionaires
think they're
out
getting
of?
to like the last minutes of air.
Well, if I did my math correctly, because I was looking at some people who were talking about precisely that, they should have about 15 hours of air left.
15 hours left.
But that's still now. You know how you get more air? You kill somebody in that pod.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what a
Is that real?
submersible is.
Are you being serious?
If there's one fewer person breathing,
yeah,
you got more air.
But why can't it be like recycled? Why?
There's a finite amount of air in a pressurized, sealed capsule. If there's one fewer person using that air, there's a guy named David Pogue who has been kind of the go-to guy on this. He does tech reports for CBS. He's actually a Shaker Heights native. And he did a thing last fall that made this company look real kind of hinky. This company called Ocean Gate, this submersible sub. This is only the third trip it's made. So this is not a good look for this company. And as more and more information comes out, it sounds like this company was really cutting a lot of corners, but obviously charging exorbitant amounts of money. It's about $250,000 for these people to go down. So they're all very rich people. International team of experts are racing against time, obviously, to find this thing. There are 5 people inside. And David Pogue went under last fall, went down the surface there, and noted some red flags at the time that apparently some people chose to ignore.
Inside, the sub has about as much room as a minivan.
We only have one button, that's it. It should be like an elevator. You know, it shouldn't take a lot of skill.
The Titan is the only 5-person sub in the world that can reach Titanic depths, 2.4 miles below the sea. And yet, I couldn't help noticing how many pieces of this sub seemed improvised.
I got these from Camper World. We run the whole thing with this game controller.
Come on! It seems like this submersible has some elements of MacGyver-y jerry-riggedness.
The pressure vessel is not MacGyver at all because that's where we work with Boeing and NASA and the University of Washington. Everything else can fail. Your thrusters can go, your lights can go, you're still going to be safe.
So he was reading and signing the waiver that everybody has to sign to.
An experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I sign?
So the ride that he was on, I think last fall, only went about 37 feet down. They had to scrap a more extended voyage because when they launched the submersible, something came off the platform or something like that. Last I read is that somebody, one of these teams has heard rhythmic banging coming from the area that they are looking for this submersible. And I don't know if there have been any updates on that, but by the math I was doing on this, they have about 15 hours of air left. So maybe they're hoping that there are signs of life. If these guys come out of this thing, it's a huge story. Because there were some people that were like, I mean, experts all, by the way, half of whom would say, man, this ain't good. I mean, by this time, blah, blah, blah. And other people would say, well, there's always a cause for hope. If they have detected signs of life at the site that they're searching, obviously that's good news. The sounds were heard in 30-minute intervals by a Canadian aircraft that was searching for the vessel. But it's, and the opinions on this range from who cares what happens to a bunch of rich people to this is a terrible situation, this is bad news for everybody involved. Strangely, the person who has become the main character in the story is one of the billionaire's stepkids.
I've seen this.
His son. Now, this is a stepson, not his biological son, but a lot of people, I only mention that because a lot of people have different relationships with stepkids. Not everybody is like, he's my dad to me because he raised me. And some people just kind of have a professional relationship with their step-parents. I don't know which this is. But this kid is...
I feel like this is him trying to get into the will or stay in the will type of relationship.
Well, then he's going about it all wrong.
Right.
Brian Sass.
Well, the guy can't change the will now. That's change it from the submersible.
Right. Oh, that means that the kid's already in the will?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, because if he wasn't already in the will, he'd be doing things a lot differently, I think. Brian Sass is the kid. Hamish Harding is one of the people who are on the submersible. He's a British aviator, very, very rich man. And Brian Zazzy is his stepson. And a lot of people are dragging him because he took a photo at a Blink-182 concert and said, it might be distasteful being here, but my family would want me to be here since it's my favorite band and their music helps me in difficult times. Now, what is music supposed to do for us if not help us in difficult times? And so people are giving this kid a hard time. He was also shouting out OnlyFans models on social media too. So,
goodness.
I mean, there is
How old is he?
I don't know how old he is. He looks old enough to know better. I mean, he's like 20-something.
That means nothing. People are old enough to know better, and they're still dum-dums.
Yeah, I'm not sure how old he is. He's one of Harding's 2 stepchildren while he has 2 kids with his wife. This guy is a chairman of the aviation company called Action Aviation. And this guy is like a regular thrill seeker. He went 7 miles down the Mariana Trench. He set the Guinness World Record for the longest time in the deepest part of the ocean on a single dive. This is not new to this guy, right? He's one of these rich guys who can afford his weirdo hobbies. I don't know why James Cameron just doesn't go down there with one of his camera boats or something and find these guys. So I don't know how old the stepson is. But he says, my family would want me to be here.
Oh, well, there you go.
And so who are we? Again, I don't know their relationships. So who are we to say otherwise?
Yeah, if his stepdad's a thrill seeker, he wants his stepson to also go out and get those thrills. Now, he doesn't get it from going in a submarine, but he gets it from watching Blink-182 rock out.
And shouting out OnlyFans models.
Who doesn't?
Right. I mean, yeah.
Please keep my family in your prayers was one of his posts. That about a half an hour later, it was an OnlyFans model who posted a picture. Can I sit on you? And he quote tweeted, yes, please. Listen, he's a young man, right? I mean, he's out there. He wants to.
Yes, please.
No less than Cardi B has taken shots at this guy, by the way. When you get on Cardi B's bad side, you're in trouble.
One of the billionaires, their stepson, is at a concert, right? At a Blink-182 concert. And people is like, well, what is he supposed to do? Be sad at the house? Is he supposed to go look for himself? Yes. You're supposed to be at the house sad. You're supposed to be crying for me. You're supposed to be right next to the phone waiting to hear any updates about me. You're supposed to be constantly your mom and shit.
Mm-hmm. What did she say? Consolating your mom?
I think she meant consoling.
I know what she meant. Consolating. All right.
Counseling?
I couldn't help but think of Poundcake in a situation like that. Cardi B is saying what you should be doing, because she's putting herself in the position of the guy in the submersible.
Mm-hmm.
You should be worried about me. You should be crying over me. You should be... Now, again, perception is reality, and nobody knows what, families are weird.
They wanted to go down there? Like, what you mean?
They did want to go down there.
You paid
why
your money.
That's why some people don't have a lot of sympathy for some super rich guys who go down, in a tin can to look at the friggin' Titanic.
I was going to say.
But there's still human beings who might die under the water.
They after on and found out.
Well,
Okay, but do you feel bad for people who die in like skydiving accidents and stuff? Where it's
Yeah.
like you signed all the releases, you jumped out of the plane.
Well,
yes.
You knew that this was a possibility
The
when
risk,
you
yeah.
signed up for it.
yes, but it is still a person who dies.
Still
Right.
sad.
Right, I understand
It's
that.
less sad.
I don't feel sad.
when
Exactly. It's less sad.
It's less sad, but it's not. It's
What if
so
they're a
sad.
super hot skydiver?
That only matters to you.
I don't know that it does.
You always say it's more tragic when hot people die.
Yes, because we have so few of them. That's just math.
There's a lot of hot people.
Them's the facts,
But-
not my
but
opinion.
there's-
But you
but it's not the
guys are saying the
most.
opposite. You're saying that if you sign a release, who cares what happens to you?
No. I'm saying that it's not like this person was killed in a tragic accident
And they
that
knew-
came out of nowhere.
Yeah, they didn't know the risk.
They
knew
signed
the
up for something that had a risk to it.
They went
Yeah, but
into,
that's when you get in your car to go to work, you know that there's a risk involved
right,
in
but
driving
that's
your
not
car.
the same
I mean,
risk as getting in a tiny submarine
Right.
piloted by a
remote
Logitech controller.
But there are way more cars than there are submersibles in the
Right,
ocean.
That's why we're saying
There's a higher chance that you'll be killed in your car going to work than there are. So,
no. I
somebody
think,
dies in a car wreck, you go, hey, they knew the risk getting in their car and going
it's
on the
also-
highway.
no. I think there's more of a risk of getting into a submarine and going to see that's a riskier thing. Even if it doesn't happen as often, there's more risk involved.
And this is just me. I think there's purpose involved because my friends, they are adrenaline junkies. They like to wing walk. They like to do all that crazy stuff.
I've gone skydiving.
And I understand that. I understand the thrill. That is the way people are wired, and I don't take that away. So yes, I would be sad if something happened to them. But I feel like if you're an astronaut and you're like flying into space and then the spaceship blows up, I'm really sad for you because you did that. You were doing something for science. You sacrificed yourself for science. These people, they went down there because they were rich. They had
bored.
They're rich and they're bored.
They were like, oh, this would be a great vacation, honey. Like, imagine that. I'm tired of going to Paris. I'm tired of going to Rome.
But what does that have to do with somebody potentially dying? Nobody is arguing that they know the risks.
I'm saying
You're saying it's
less sad.
It's not that big of a deal because they're rich.
It's not about them being rich.
Well,
because
the only people who can afford this are rich. There's no poor people. I'm sure a lot of people would love to go down there. People aren't walking around with $250,000 to pay the freight. So it's only for the rich.
I'm just saying they could have
as most of these premier experiences are.
They could have sent a drone down there and just watched through little goggles. They had to be submerged.
If this was a submersible full of 5 middle-class people, the reaction to this would be very different.
I disagree.
I think there's a classist issue to this. Because
I get it. He's trying to protect his billionaire buddies over here.
Oh,
he's
he knows them.
Yeah,
I get it. All right.
Bill, I am merely in the service of the elites, the liberal elites, the coastal elites from the west coast of Ohio to the east coast of Ohio. Thank you very much.
The millionaire that wants to be a billionaire.
That's
like,
right.
It'd be sad if I got stuck
Don't be picking my pockets. No, all of the criticisms of this are along the lines of, who cares if some rich people get... So it's very classist.
It is very classist. I mean, that's the way.
I'm
my
not
mind
advocating
goes.
for rich people. I'm saying those are the only people who could possibly afford something like this. 5 people on this boat, all of whom there's simply no way to know what 5 times $250,000
It would be the same thing.
It's a dangerous thing to do. It's the same way if someone is falls off a cliff because they were doing a free solo. I go, oh, that's sad, but you knew that there's potential that you could fall off.
But people are a hell of a lot sadder when someone dies on a roller coaster than when a rich guy dies in a submarine.
Well, it would be the same thing.
When you walk into Cedar Point, They are indemnified from whatever happens to you, right? You know that going in.
But there's a lot more safety checks. There's a lot more that goes into
not
that.
the third
Are
run.
there?
Yes.
If someone's yacht
Some
sank,
high school kid tugs on your belt and go, good to go.
Yeah, but they also have engineers that check everything on a regular basis.
I assume this company does too.
From what I've read, this company cut some corners.
Well, they may have.
if someone's yacht
I'm
sank,
just saying there would be a markedly different reaction if it were a bunch of middle-class people who won their Willy Wonka golden ticket to go down to the Titanic in a submarine.
Absolutely.
I would feel sketchy about
I don't
that,
disagree with that, but I get why people are like, a bunch of rich people were bored and wanted to go see underwater cemetery. Yeah, you got what you deserve.
So, something happens in my mind when I hear like a class, like a class's story. Like if someone's BMW or someone's Range Rover, loses control, I'm like, oh, they had a Range Rover. I don't know why. That's where my mind goes. If someone's yacht sank, I'm like, wow, you had all that money. You got a raggedy yacht. How did your yacht sink? I think the same thing about this little submarine. I'm like, if you were that worried about safety, if you were that,
You can buy a used Range Rover for $9,000. What are you talking about?
who's going to buy a used Range Rover?
Somebody
for
who wants to
$9,000?
look like they can afford a Range Rover.
Right.
See all the Maseratis going around Cleveland?
Oh.
Because they're a lot cheaper than they used to be.
Poundcake.
Everybody's tooling around. The guys who aren't driving
to my Range
Teslas,
Rover.
the guys who aren't driving Teslas into Cleveland are driving Maseratis.
Poundcake. If you move over to Edgewater, you're allowed to see a lot of Range Rover street parked because people are trying to act like they got more money than they do.
For the longest time,
They're trying to ball, right?
Condos,
Yeah, they got a 2007 Range Rover that's street parked.
That's what I'm saying.
They got the Christopher from Sopranos Range Rover, the 1999 one.
But see, it works though, because that's how my mind works. Because before I was familiar with Cleveland, I would occasionally drive up Edgewater for going somewhere, and I used to think the condos, the condos that you would live in, Bill, were like millionaire condos. I'm like, oh, because I'm thinking, Cleveland is another coastal city. Our real estate's worth millions of dollars.
It's a lakefront. It's not a coastal city. It's a lakefront.
Again,
I mean, it's the coast of Canada.
That's what I'm saying.
The north coast of America.
I'm like, oh, this real estate is definitely like, $2 million. Oh, these condos are just, I was thinking like, the condos in Chicago.
No, the hospital-sized houses are, not the condos.
Yes, but that's what I thought too. I'm like, oh, these are people with, these are $500,000 condos in here.
No.
That's what I
Why
thought.
Why would you think
Listen,
that?
there are some penthouse ones that go for quite a bit. There's like one $3 million
But they're not even by
condo.
the lake, though. There's like
no,
some in
like I'm
Ohio
talking
City
about.
that are like
I'm
that.
talking about like on the lake. There are some very high-end condos over there. That's not all of them though. There's plenty that are incredibly affordable.
I just want to ask a question before we go to break. If you saw a
8 inches.
Mercedes,
Bill, don't speak for me, please. All right, I can answer my own questions. Thank you.
would you be more prone to stopping on the side of the road for someone who a car that broke down that was a Mercedes, BMW, or like another luxury car versus
No, because they probably have AAA. Or they have a service that will come out.
That's an assumption, but if you're following what Bill said, it's a lot of poor people that have a lot of rich cars.
First of all, I'm not going to stop for anybody who's broken down on the side of the road. I ain't stopping.
More likely to.
I'm not likely to stop irrespective of what they're driving. I'm not stopping to help somebody.
I feel like Bill's a nice guy. Bill would stop.
He might, but that's how you get hit. No, come on.
You don't stop.
By the way, before we go to break, not to be outdone, Escape Room Cleveland has debuted their Submarine Lost at Sea Challenge.
Oh, no.
If you want to get over there now, where you can, our escape room will have you diving deep below the sea. You and your crew are on a top secret mission with only 60 minutes on the clock. Will you be able to use your navigational skills before you run out of oxygen? Hey, you got to strike while the iron's hot. I wonder if because the thing with the submersible is the beacon isn't working. People are like, why don't they just ping? Doy. They can't. There's no beacon. That's why they're flying blind. They're looking for these people. That's why they're hearing rhythmic banging, like that Zion Williamson sex tape. It's about to drop.
Some poor sailor beaten off.
Got that Popeye arm. Mm-hmm. What's going on down there, Pierre? Nothing down here. It's me and the seals.
The world below.
The world below
is a different place.
15 hours later, dead billionaires. I got to break. Hey, comedian Eddie Pepitone. I am excited to talk to him. He's at Hilarities, and we'll see what's going on with him. See how he's feeling. I'll have Guardians tickets for you after the break. Atlanta Braves are in town week after next. Set to see Bill Burr later on, too, if you want to see him in Canton at the Hall of Fame Stadium. Poundcake Sports Break later on, too. 35192 and a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever.
Dunkin' Refreshers, iced coffee, cold brew, and lattes. Dunkin' Iced. America runs on Dunkin'.
Malibu was ruled by one man, Mickey Dora, a surfer, a con man, a menace. The #1 podcast, Lost Hills, is back with Season 3, The Dark Prince. An evil undercurrent runs through the surf world, and it all goes back to Mickey.
He's not only the most idolized of the bad boys, he's also the most bad guys of the bad guys.
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, your Cleveland Guardians are going to be hosting the Atlanta Braves week after next, Monday, July 3rd. 7:10 is your pitch at Progressive Field. Tickets, information, all that. You can download the MLB Ballpark app today. 4 tickets here for you. Guardians, Braves on the 3rd. Right around the corner. Good luck. Caller 10, these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and I find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
The other thing that has been making me feel good lately, even though I rail against corporate culture, once in a while I like when I get a nice product, and I got a new Honda Element vehicle, and I fucking love it because it's kind of big, you know, and I like that because there's room to weep. There is so much room to weep in this car. There's a lot of space for bad. I can regret my past life decisions in this car with satellite radio.
Eddie Pepitone knows too well the importance of having a big, wide open vehicular area to weep.
Well, hi, Alan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. This is JT with
Hi,
me.
JT.
Hey,
How are
what's
you?
up? We're at Hilarities
Eddie
tonight.
Pepitone and JT are doing one show tonight. One show.
We are court ordered in most of the major cities that we can do one show.
Yeah.
But to your point about weeping in a car, I've lived in Los Angeles 21 years. In New York, we used to weep on the streets. Out of windows. Subways.
I so associate you with New York. I don't even think
Yes.
I knew that you live.
Everybody.
Yeah. It's like the Eagles or Steely Dan. You kind of associate them with an area.
Well,
And
what's wild is when we first started working together, I thought he was just an LA guy. He thought I was an Austin, Texas guy. And
Yeah.
we're like, why is this working so well? And we both realized we both grew up in New York. So
Yeah.
we speak the same fluent.
Right.
But I want to say this. Yes, in LA now we have a weeping lane.
Yeah.
And that's important because a lot of people, I think weeping in a car is a lost art.
You got that instituted out there, didn't you, in LA County? You're like, listen, I've put in my time here, and yeah.
Hey, and I also like a good time. I don't want you not to come down to Hilarities because I'm talking about crying.
You'll cry with laughter.
I'm a real man, too.
This is the Slouching Toward Extinction Tour I saw, right?
That's one of the names. Yeah.
Right.
I'm on Molly is another one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Comedian, writer, spoiler of women. That's Eddie Pepitone, too. You're a married guy. You've been married for a minute now, yeah?
Hey.
Are you still married?
Alan. And all your listeners here in the Cuyahoga County, or whatever you call it, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter to us.
I know it doesn't. I
Yeah.
like people here. They're very New York-like.
Yes.
They're like, yeah, what? What do you want?
Yeah.
Yes.
They want to laugh. They'll be on a similar wavelength to you, right? For people who
I think so. Because you know what? This is my moment in a way. My blue collar rage.
Yeah.
Except I've always been to the left. I've never lurched to the right.
Understood.
You know what I mean?
You've seen too many things to lurch to the right. You know too much.
But I know those people.
Yeah.
I worked with.
Well, it's a big country.
Yes.
And you travel and you meet all different kinds
Yes.
of people, and it's like, so there is a perspective that somebody who travels a lot is going to have that a lot of other people don't have. It's a very valuable one too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You know what I realize? Just how alike we are.
Yeah.
When we get fed the divisive,
Well,
this one's responsible. Yeah.
Like everybody knows now, what seems instructive to me is everybody knows now what not to talk about. And if you can do that, you know what I mean? Like if you can do that surgery and extract that, everybody has a pretty good time. Yeah.
And what's universal too is the concept of the haves and the have-nots, which are less political and more just, coming from a working class background, a lot of people can relate to that.
Are you JT? Are you living in Austin, or that's just where?
Yeah, I grew up in New York, but I've been in Austin the last 17 years.
Austin's awesome.
It's great,
and it has really blown up from what it was probably 17 years ago.
When I have comics on the road now, they're like, "Oh, my friend just moved to Austin. Do you know him?" I'm like, "Absolutely not. There's too many comics to keep up with."
Yeah, there's hundreds.
Oh, it's crazy. I think
because Rogan's got his place there now too, and
yeah, which is a beautiful club.
Yeah,
we've been there. But yeah, I think there's like 11 comedy clubs within 5 square miles.
It's wild.
It's almost too much.
Yeah.
But,
are they filled with like people are going to them too?
They're actively. I mean, yeah.
That's
when
good.
I'm home, I go when my friends come to town and I check them out. But
it's not like Austin's a huge, like gigantic city.
It's not a big city. It's
so
not
like
comparative.
It's like suburban sprawl.
Right.
Kind of.
It's definitely not like a Houston or a Chicago where it's just endless. You know, the downtown is very condensed. And Cap City, which is there now, is a little bit out of town. But yeah, it's great. It's good problems to have.
I like a condensed downtown. Hello, I'm Seaman Bob McGillicuddy. And I like a downtown that's condensed.
Yeah.
Like my tomato carnation soup.
Walking distance to the club. Oh, that sounds so good. Carnation soup. Right? A little grilled cheese or something.
Yes. Mommy, I'm sick.
You know, it's
I
funny.
still play the sick card.
It's funny. Eddie Pepitone is like Eddie Pepitone to me has been like the Zelig of comedy for as far as anybody can remember. And I always wonder, you'll read about there was a documentary on Eddie about a decade back, which is worth watching if you haven't seen it. But it was like cult favorite. You hear about these guys, right? A comic's comic, right?
Yeah.
They'll call like I saw one time it said one of comedy's best kept secrets, and you got to be like, guys, don't be so good at keeping secrets, right? Like, try to tell everybody.
Yeah.
Dana Gould from The Simpsons has the best quote about Eddie ever, I think, which is he said, Eddie is the guitarist all the other guitarists watch.
Right, like, like
for comedy.
Yes, the comic's
really
comic.
nails it,
Right. Anytime Marin is on this show, he always works in an Eddie Pepitone name drop. And I've never met you, and I've always been so excited to meet you. And it's, because you've kind of accumulated all of these people in the business who've really kind of admired you jumping on all those grenades.
And if you're not a comedian, you'll also think he's funny.
Right.
That's important.
Yes, thank you, Bill.
Regular people like him too.
You don't just have to be super cool comedian to think Eddie's hilarious.
But it helps.
I'm Eddie Pepitone, and I want to assure the secular community, people who aren't affiliated.
Exclusivity humor.
Yeah.
Are you a civilian?
It kills me when comedians say that.
Isn't that the best? Whenever like, oh no, my boyfriend, he's a civilian. You're like, bro.
Are you working for a living? Do you go to a diner and order pound cake and egg salad?
Yeah. Oh, man, that sounds good, too.
I know.
I made some egg salad the other night. I hadn't made egg
Good
salad in a
stuff.
long time. Are you vegan? Somebody told me you were vegan.
I was. I snapped recently.
We were talking to Pete Holmes last week, and he was like...
Is he hanging in there?
No, he went back.
Oh, well, I lasted longer than him.
Yeah.
It's all about competition.
That's all that matters.
That's all about. Hey, Holmes, suck on it, baby.
Hey!
What Pete said was that Eddie is a vegan's vegan.
I love that Pete was doing it because he has big celebrity, but that's too bad. But I understand. I did it for like 8 years, and now
It's a long time.
That's very long to be strict,
especially on the road. I mean, some of the
Oh
places we hit.
God! I'm at the Waffle House saying, "Can you just?"
They're like,
you just made me tired.
Can you eat eggs? You're like, no. What about bacon? All the good Waffle House stuff you can't eat.
Let's have a glass of syrup, please.
So you were, and then you're like, I can't do it anymore. It's too prohibitive on what I'm trying to.
Yeah. So we'll see, because I'm still a very big animal rights guy.
Yeah, of course.
So, maybe I'll work my way back.
Yeah.
Are you still vegetarian or are you?
No, man. Bill, let me call you Bill.
Yeah.
I sneak up behind animals now with piano wire.
Yes.
I mean, I've gone the other way.
Yeah.
That is the humane way to do it because they were such a big fan of Sopranos that they're like, if I'm gonna go, I want to go like a real, like I'm in a movie,
This is a message.
That's right. EddiePepitone.com, by the way. The podcast is called Apocalypse Soon.
Yeah, I explore.
Which is,
I kind of base it out of the eco stuff that's going on, and just find that endless fodder for comedy. The fact that the cities, all of our major cities will be underwater. There'll be food riots. We're all going to. I have friends who go to me, Eddie, are you ready for the Civil War in this country? And I say, I can't even deal with the remote being out of reach when I've sat down. So don't talk to me. I am not getting involved in something that complex.
I think it's being also oversold to us too. What's that?
Yeah, dating is hard. We hit all the topics.
Men and women are different.
Yeah. Ladies be shopping.
Airline travel is weird. The whole thing. Well, you'll always be Crazy Randy to me, by the way.
Oh, my God.
Remember Crazy Randy?
Welcome to Crazy Randy's Meet and Greet. Today, we will be meeting Dave Rose, owner of the Steak Me Home Tonight food truck. So, Dave, how'd you come up with the name?
Well, it's funny, Randy. Do you remember that song, Take Me Home Tonight?
Great story!
Happy Endings was this sitcom that was so goddamn good. David Caspi did this show called. It was so good. I loved it. I thought and you were Crazy Randy on Happy Endings. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first time. Thanks, Bill, Alan.
That was fun.
That's the first time someone has said, "Hey, listen to this. I saw you on Crazy Randy." That's awesome.
Well, listen, I like that show, and it's on Hulu, and we were clicking through. I'm like, hey, it's Eddie This was months ago. I was like, Eddie Pepitone, because it had been a long time since I had seen the episode. But
yeah, I've done so many.
See, that's the point. Is you've done so many things. Other people go, hey, you were this guy. And you go, was I that guy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was I the heckler on Conan?
Now that I remember, because that was a good gig.
Yeah, of course.
That featured me. And
sure.
And those guys, I always knew a bunch of the writers. They were mostly New York guys.
Right.
And then he moved to L.A., and I moved to L.A. We both moved to L.A.
Now, is that a situation where the writers got him hip to you? Or he was a... Okay,
yes.
Yeah.
Andy Blitz.
But he probably heard the name. Everybody's heard the name. Eddie
Yes.
Pepitone. Yeah.
Yes, except my wife. No, isn't that funny segue? Funny segue. Let's call her what she is now. She's my primary caregiver.
Yeah, okay, sure.
So
getting on in years, as it were.
Your emergency contact.
Look,
there you go.
I already am having a putting green installed in my bathroom.
I understand. Yeah, little AstroTurf.
Not to play golf,
no,
but
I
to
understand.
pee on.
Yeah,
because
a hole in one.
Yeah, somewhere to sleep. Relax.
Is JT angling to be put in the will like this kid? His dad's in that submarine they can't find, and he's going to concerts.
Yeah, this is a long con on my part.
Yeah.
I'm like Hal Holbrook in I think it was the movie Wild, where he offers his fortune to just a kid that he just met.
Yeah. I'm just aiming to inherit the street cred.
Yeah.
That's worth its weight.
You can have that.
Yeah. Worth its weight in gold.
This is my opener and power of attorney.
Right. So how was if you'll pardon a hack question, but I'm always curious because I've never met you and I like to catch up with people. How was the pandemic for you? I mean, did you do like a drive-in show? Did you do
I did it all, man. And I didn't even want to.
But you go stir crazy.
Well, yeah, there was a point the first, I would say 3 to 6 months of the pandemic, I was watching Netflix and I was going, this is great.
Yeah, everybody was.
I'm not going to ever do anything again. I'll just have these delivery guys.
Yeah.
Bring up shit.
Yep. And then my bed sores, somebody will take care of that eventually,
But then you're right. I did a plane to cars on a hill next to the Magic Castle in LA and West Hollywood. and these cars are just flashing their lights and beeping when they think something is funny, and I just attacked them. You know, I went after him. I said, "You're an ugly Mazda. You're ugly."
You call those high beams?
Yeah. I never even thought of a good line like that.
When was your last oil change?
Yeah, that kind of thing. You get what, 10, 15 to a gallon? Suck on me. Like something like that.
So you guys have one show tonight. I don't want to oversell it, but I don't want to undersell it. One show with Eddie Pepitone and JT.
We'll be back and do a weekend. JT Habersat.
I hope so. Yeah.
What's your last name, JT?
Habersat.
Habersat.
Yeah, just jtcomedy.com.
jtcomedy.com, eddiepepitone.com. And the two of you tearing your way across this great nation.
Telling you, man.
Bringing brother and brother together.
We're going to Iowa, and I always thought I'd be a child of the corn.
And we're doing
He wants you too, Malachi.
Yeah. Haunted Mansion on Friday in somewhere Iowa, which should be the Renwick.
Haunted Mansion?
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah. Davenport.
Historic haunted
Oh, that's one of the
mansion.
Quad Cities. That's
I think my buddy booked
yes,
that.
right on the river.
Oh, nice.
Chris.
Nice. I like
Chris,
it's
yeah,
pretty over there, and I love the sky over there. I'm a big sky guy. Hello.
But we haven't hit Montana.
I was going to say, yeah.
Not yet.
I'm Eddie Pepitone for the sky.
The sky.
I don't normally do commercials, but I believe in the sky.
Do you like to rustle cattle?
A lot of sky deniers out there.
A lot of
and
sky
I'm gonna
deniers.
say,
Yeah, we've been booked twice due to pandemic for the Renwick Mansion, and so this is our third attempt.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
And then
We
Des
missed
Moines
out on a
Saturday.
Twin Peaks reunion in Nashville during the pandemic, and it never came
Oh,
back.
really?
We're both pretty big Twin Peaks fans.
Do you kind of care what the venue is? I mean, how picky are you? I know you want to
I am
perform,
not.
but I mean, will you do like showcases still? Do you kind of like to do your own thing where they're coming for you? Like, how picky are you
On the
about
road,
that?
we don't do showcases. So on the road, I do a lot of the booking, and management handles like clubs. But because I came from a punk rock background, so I was doing before Eddie and I hooked up.
I came from Mel Torme.
Right.
The Velvet Fog.
The Values
See, we listened to that.
I
on
thought
the
I
radio.
was brilliant for knowing that.
I was
but
impressed.
everybody else-
I didn't know that. It's a good name. But I was doing like 120 dates a year before Eddie and I hooked up, and doing a lot of like alternative venues, rock clubs and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. So that's still now like if we're doing
with
an
Dean Del
alternative
Rey.
space, it's more
Dean
like
Del Rey, yes.
you know, because the landscape has changed so much. It's a comedy night at that weird space.
Yeah.
You know. So but we've done all sorts of spots. We've done a lot of cabarets and
I love doing, the mix is nice from theaters to clubs to cafes.
Right.
because the clubs can get tedious if you're just in a place for a weekend and then that's that. You know, the adventure of this is what we like.
Well, because that's why I never, like, when I talk to comics, I mean, as long as I've been talking to them, I'll never be like, so what are you doing while you're in town? Because a lot of times you're in, you're out, you're in the room or whatever, and it's like you're not walking through the museum when you're in town.
A lot of times you're recovering from the previous.
From your 7-hour drive that day or whatever.
Well, we did a lot of driving on this run so far.
Where did you start?
Well,
Tokyo,
New York. Haven't you been listening?
You drove from Tokyo.
They flew out of Narita and came right into Hopkins.
All the way up the top.
You know who's funny? Actually, I was just talking. Do you know Neil Hamburger? He just did Tokyo.
Did he really?
One off. He's like, if you're ever in Tokyo, I'm like, okay.
He's kind of a kindred.
There's a
spirit.
vending machine in Shinjuku. You really need to check out.
It's funny.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, we were supposed to start in Ann Arbor, and then do a weekend in Indiana at the Comedy Attic. And that was relatively easy, but then we got an offer to do Zanies in Nashville on Tuesday. So we
cool.
took that,
Yeah.
which means it was great.
Nashville's blown up too.
Oh man,
Yeah.
what a great spot!
Like
Great
Steve
club.
Byrne moved there, and like
a lot of people moved.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Theo's there,
Bunch
right?
did, yeah.
Nate
Yeah, right.
Bargatze.
Nate Bargatze.
Did he move to Nashville?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Henry Rollins just moved to Nashville.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. He's got like a project going on. But anyway, yeah. So we had to go from Nashville to Cincinnati, lose an hour of the time zone.
And lose more than an hour. Just lose
sanity.
faith.
Lose faith.
In humanity in Cincinnati.
We got
They
to
call
that
this
show,
chili.
and they had a guy killing time because we were so late, and I literally had to change my shirt and run on stage. The guy was just like, "So what
Yeah.
else is going on?"
Yeah.
Like for
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Just reading updates of the submarine.
Yeah,
Just
it was-
so they got 36 hours left now.
But I think all total over 3 days, it was like 16 hours of driving total between
Wow.
the 3 days.
So this
Life on
just
the road,
started.
baby.
Last Tuesday. So we've been out a weekend.
It feels
okay.
like it feels like a long time ago, and it feels like yesterday. It's a very weird thing.
Yeah, we try and go out
doing
for
the road like that.
2 weeks, and then we're home for 2 to 3 weeks. Then we go out for another 2 weeks. That's generally how we do it.
Because we have listeners all over the place, Eddie Pepitone and JT are going to be, they're going to be, like they said, Davenport, Iowa. They're going to Amsterdam
That's me.
in July.
I'm staying home.
Look
from
at
that
you.
one.
The Comedy Train International Summer Festival with Gbemi Oladipo.
Good.
I
That's
probably
good. I don't
slaughtered
know.
that.
I have never met Gademi.
You guys will be doing 2 nights at the Lincoln Lodge in Chicago, which is a great venue.
Love
Lincoln
it.
Lodge is awesome.
Yeah. We have so much fun there. Yeah, that'll
And
be great.
they'll be all over you. Go to eddiepepitone.com. What's yours,
Thank
JT? What's your website?
JTcomedy.com.
JTcomedy.com.
Yeah. And we're booked pretty much through November, so we got a lot of stuff coming up.
It's great to meet you.
Yeah,
Thanks so much for having us.
Alan.
You got
Thank
it,
you.
guys. Thank you.
Thank
One
you.
show tonight. Get your tickets. It is 7 o'clock right around the corner at Hilarities. Don't miss these guys. We are going to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. With a gleam in his eye, a grin on his beak, and a glorious golden mullet blowing in the wind, the Buzzard rides. Win the Buzzard's bike, a 2022 custom Harley-Davidson fit for the Buzzard himself, can be yours. Listen to Rover's Morning Glory between 7:30 and 8 for your first chance to win a key. And to find out when Stansberry and the Alan Cox Show will hook you up later that day. You can also stop up this Friday from 5 to 7 at the Fairview Tavern on Lorraine Road in Fairview Park to get a key that just might start the Buzzard's bike. From Budweiser and 100.7 WMMS.
Rosetta Stone, where language is learned. RosettaStone.com.
Hey, it's Alan. If you're looking for something fun to do on a date night or just hanging out with some friends, get on the Cleveland Funny Bus. You'll learn a few things, you'll have some laughs, all while checking out Cleveland's most interesting neighborhoods. Very funny local comedians are your tour guides. It's a 90-minute trip, and you'll learn so many things, and it's a blast all the way around. Tours leave from Collision Bend Brewery. You can bring your own beer and wine, too, if you want. Tours are Thursday to Sunday every week through Christmas. Private tours are available daily. All the info, tickets, everything, funnybus.net.
It's Ram season. Hurry in now for great deals on the trucks that are built to serve. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $489 a month for 36 months with $3,330 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution at least through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 7/5/23.
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Nate Bargatze, the Be Funny Tour.
I mean, Chuck E. Cheese is rough. I don't know if you've been there in a while. They look like they're trying to go to business and they can't.
All new material.
They filed for bankruptcy and they're still open. They called Blockbuster and they're like, how do you get out? We want out.
Nate Bargatze. Third show added by popular demand. Friday and Saturday, November 17th and 18th at 7 p.m. And third show added Saturday, November 18th at 9:30 p.m. KeyBank State Theater. Tickets on sale now at playhousesquare.org.
Lowe's believes in giving back to the communities they serve. That's why they are partnering once again with HGTV to honor people making a positive impact in their communities with the second season of HGTV's Build It Forward. Inspired by the Lowe's Hometowns Community Impact Program, hosts Tanya Nyack and Shane Duffy are traveling the country to surprise deserving community members with life-changing home renovations. Watch Build It Forward Saturdays, 6, 5 Central, part of Rescue Saturdays on HGTV.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You can't put a price on better vision, but if you could, how about $4.50?
Order up.
serious. For the price of a latte a day, you could get LASIK at the LASIK Vision Institute. The LASIK Vision Institute has performed over 1.3 million LASIK procedures, and we always have great deals to make LASIK affordable for everyone. LASIK only takes minutes, with most patients returning to normal activities the next day. So if you want to see better, a latte better, schedule your free consultation at the LASIK Vision Institute.
The LASIK Vision Institute is offering $1,000 off their Wavelight laser when treated in June. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. So book your free consultation with the experts in LASIK and visit LASIK.com now. That's LASIK.com. Amazing vision, amazing price. Cost of LASIK compared to a daily $4.50 latte over 3 years. Must mention this promotion be treated in June of 2023 to qualify. $1,000 off for both eyes on standard Wavelight price. $500 off for one eye. Cannot be combined with any other offers. See details at LASIK.com.
So you just used bug spray in your home. Now what? Well, between the waiting and waiting for things to dry up and keeping your family away from the mess, it hits you. You could have used Zevo. Unlike other bug sprays that stick around, Zevo goes from kill to clean in seconds. Plus, it's safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Introducing the new My Plan from Verizon. Now you can get exactly what you want and save while doing it. Plus, save even more when you get the amazing iPhone 14 Pro Max. Act now and for a limited time, get iPhone 14 Pro Max at your Verizon store today. It's your Verizon.
Domino's Mix and Match menu has items for every occasion. Flaked on your friend's open mic night? Flaky bread twists and molten lava cakes should do the trick. Soccer team duty? Medium 2-topping pizzas and stuffed cheesy bread are your best defense. Is it your dog's half birthday? Celebrate his biggish day with savory sandwiches and tender specialty chicken. Mix and match 2 or more items for $6.99 each at Domino's. Ask for this offer. 2-item minimum prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary. Bone and wings, bread bowl pasta, and pan pizza will cost extra. Local stores set delivery fees and can charge extra for some menu items.
Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate. The best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
See Guns N' Roses in the
including the 4xe hybrids. It's Jeep season at Deacons Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, so come to Deacons or shop online at deaconschrysler.com. You've got to make it to Mayfield.
This is the Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Poundcake, who is this?
This is... Who's the one with the Wiccan chick? No.
Who?
He's
Who is he talking about, Bill?
he's talking about what's her
The Wiccan.
The blonde lady. Oh God, Stevie Nicks. He's thinking of Stevie Nicks.
You think this is Stevie Nicks?
Yeah, but like her band.
Okay, Stevie Nicks. This was a 35-year-old song that got really, really huge because of a TV show a couple of years ago. So everyone was playing this song. It was back on the radio. I shouldn't say back on the radio. It was never really on the radio when it was a brand new song. She's going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Enya.
You want to talk about somebody that should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Enya. Holy cow. Orinoco Flow.
So
Stop.
You think this is Fleetwood Mac, but it's not.
Or
That's what I was
Enya.
thinking, Fleetwood Mac, yeah.
Her name is a euphemism for a secondary sex characteristic.
Her first name, there's a lady that's royalty that has the same name. You got to speak Poundcake's language. Okay, Elizabeth.
True.
Nope. Pippa.
Yes, Pippa.
Pippa's sister.
Pippa. How do you know Pippa's sister? Wow. This is Kate Bush is the singer I'm looking for. Kate Bush.
Wasn't Pippa the sister of Kate Middleton? Right?
You might be right. That was a deep dive.
But Kate, Pippa's not in the family. Pippa's the prettier one, but okay.
I only know Pippa Larson. Kate Bush, who is going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She was nominated a bunch of times. She's finally being inducted into the class of 2023, along with Sheryl Crow and Missy Elliott and Willie Nelson and Rage Against the Machine. Shaka Khan is finally getting it. But this song, Running Up That Hill, which is from 1984, I had the album when it came out. It's called Hounds of Love. And it didn't get much traction, but it was the biggest song she had at the time. But it really blew up when it made it into Stranger Things. So it was in everything for about 18 months.
It also really helped a band called Metallica get their music out there. Not a lot of people had heard of them. And then they're in Stranger Things, and then people were like, oh, who is this?
That's right. They had a song called Mistress of Puppets, who got played.
It was actually a Mattress of Puppets.
Mattress of Puppets. I'm pulling your tag. Running Up That Hill has made history, reached 1 billion streams on Spotify, the first 80s song by a female solo artist to do it. By my math, that puts a cool $76.92 into her pocket. But she tells her fans, each one of these streams is you. And that's what I've told past girlfriends when we get into water sports.
Hey.
Hey-o!
Little pee-pee joke there.
But 2022 is when this song really blew up because of Stranger Things Season 4. And so a lot of people who thought it was a new song, and you can't blame them because, again, it didn't, in 84 it wasn't a thing. It was just a song that caught my attention, and I loved it. So I was very happy when you saw a lot of people all snippy that people were discovering Kate Bush. I'm like, that's great that people are discovering Kate Bush. Because I think she's awesome. She did collaborations with Peter Gabriel back in the day, and she's a very highly regarded artist, but she's also, as highly regarded as she is, she's also famously reclusive. I mean, Kate Bush, I think, went on a tour in the mid-'80s and was like, nope, that's not for me. And I don't think she ever went out again. But a great song. Not necessarily representative of the rest of that album, by the way, for people who might have Hounds of Love on vinyl. But a great song. So anyway, 1 billion streams on Spotify. And I'm only half joking by saying that probably nets her about $76 because people are famously not getting rich off of streaming services. But she is going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which will happen, I think, in New York this time around. Isn't that where the Rock Hall inductions are happening this year?
I believe so.
But Kate Bush, lovely. Not Stevie Nicks. Not Fleetwood Mac. Not, what do you say, the Wiccan? Oh, that was Stevie Nicks. He was talking about the Wiccan. You know, Poundcake has covered Stevie Nicks. That's why I'm surprised he didn't know it wasn't her.
The song was on in the car the other day. And
Poundcake's version, I hope.
This is the version I couldn't get out of my head.
You're like a right-winger. Keep thinking the election's stolen. Ooh, ooh, ooh. No? You're like a right-winger. Keep thinking the election's stolen. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, there you go. And for that day, we also refer to Poundcake as our little Wiccan.
Had a funny thing happen at CVS.
Boy, it better be.
A few breaks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I went to get a Red Bull, and they have like those self-checkout machines, and then there's 2 people behind the desk, right? But there was a ton of people in there. At one. That's it. That's the whole story.
Moving on. There were a lot of people when I went to get my Red Bull. That is good.
No, there was a kid. He had on a CSU sport, like a specific sport team backpack. So I'm guessing he was probably, 18, 19. And he was using the self-checkout to buy condoms.
Mm-hmm.
And he had accidentally double scanned one of them. And
that
so,
sucks. You got to call somebody over.
Yes. So he was standing there, and he looked pretty young, but I mean, I can't tell if he was 18 or 22. You know what I mean? Like, he was definitely young, and he had on like his CSU gear, and the light is flashing, and he's standing there, and he's trying not to make eye contact with anybody, and I'm standing behind him waiting to use the self-checkout. And the lady was like, "I'll be there in a minute, honey. What do you need?" And he's like,
You just pay double for him and walk.
He was like, and I like knew what was going on, and I was like, I think he needs an item deleted, like that. And he goes, yeah, I need an item deleted.
That's what I need.
And so the lady came over, and he had 2 boxes of condoms in his hand, and she ended up deleting it twice. So he would have had to scan it again. So this poor kid is just trying to buy condoms.
Oh, God.
And so when she deleted it twice, she was like, just scan it. He goes, no, just take it. And he gave her.
And now he's gonna be a dad.
Right. Well, no. He gave her one of the boxes of condoms. He had a Trojan pleasure pack.
Yeah. You got to get the pleasure pack, man.
And then Trojan ETC, I think is what the letters were. Or EZ or
I think that's for the extended.
whatever it is.
It numbs the boy a little bit.
Oh,
So
right. He was getting the hold off gel.
Maybe.
ENZ.
ENZ. It was something like, and he gave the pleasure pack back. So he only left with the 1 pack of the ENZ.
Well, the ENZ is just the spermicide. I don't think that's the hang-on gel.
Oh. Well, that was the one that he had out. But I felt so bad for this kid.
The first time.
Well, and my other thing was why not own it? You're buying condoms because you need them, right? Or because you think you might need them.
I never understood why dudes
got
were
weird about it.
I'm like, you're telling everyone that you're getting laid. Or at least hoping
that's
to.
a good thing.
Well, it's a private thing for some people. Some people just don't talk about that. There are guys that brag about it.
Yes, like a dude in high school. There's no dude who's getting.
I don't think the guy was in high school.
Well, he might have been. He had it was CS. No, he wasn't in high school because it was a CSU. I guess it doesn't matter.
No, but what I'm saying is, no matter how old he might have been, he was still clearly nervous about a checkout girl seeing his condoms.
Yes, she was like a middle-aged black lady too, and I think that made him even more nervous because she was. Yeah, it was. Just
Why would that make him nervous?
Because that it was like an older woman. That it was like it's not a guy coming over. Like.
Yeah, but shouldn't the older women be happy that people are being sexually responsible?
The first time.
We don't need more dummies out there.
The first time I bought condoms, it was traumatic. Honestly, that was the only time I remember buying condoms because once I got to college, they used to hand out condoms like candy in the gay club, so I never bought condoms in my adult life. people just used to give them to me.
And they had to tell them how to use it because then they'd eat them like candy too. And they're like, no, don't.
No.
Just because they're bright green doesn't mean they.
Not a balloon.
But just for clout, in high school, we went to the gas station and bought like Durex condoms, and it just so happened that I was with my friend and we had 2 girls with us, and so they're like, it was a dare. That's how immature we was. We were far too young to be buying condoms because we got dared to go buy them, and we went to the front desk.
It's an expensive dare.
Yeah, we went to got Durex, just in no particular size or whatever. Put them up on the register, and the lady was like, I don't know if we have an age restriction for these, because clearly I was like 13, 14, and the lady comes out and she's like, I was like, okay, never mind, forget it, I'm leaving. And she's like, you don't have to be embarrassed about safe sex. I'm just getting, she's like, just getting clarification. Just saying. I was like, no, it's okay, fine, forget it, don't worry.
I prefer Durex because I'm an Anglophile. Well, good. So you did the dare.
I did the dare, but yeah, I mean, it was pointless because I never used those. Those were for wallet use only.
I want to be sure you know
Wallet
how to use
use.
a condom.
Wallet wear.
Rubber, a raincoat, a boner bucket, party hat, squirt skirt, love sock.
Hi.
Poundcake, you know who this is?
Ghost Bag?
Yes, it's Ghost Bag. How you doing?
Hi, Ghost Bag. I'm good.
Am I bothering you? Is this a bad time?
No, I'm just got a lot on my mind.
I know you do, and that's why I'm checking in. I heard you mention earlier that you were looking for a place to stay.
Yeah.
You gotta move out.
Yeah?
Well, I might have an idea for you.
Purgatory has a place for me?
What the hell are you talking about? Purgatory?
Never. I thought that's where you were. That's why you were a ghost.
You thought I was in purgatory this whole time?
Yeah, I thought
that's a made-up place, dummy.
I thought it was heaven, hell, and purgatory.
Those are all made up.
Okay.
I'm out here in the ether, man.
Alrighty.
Purgatory, Jesus. What? Listen, what I'm saying, I'm trying to tell you is, maybe you can come, if you need to, maybe you can come stay in my place for a little while.
You've had a place this whole time and you ain't tell me?
Yes, I do. It's in your bedroom closet. Sucker.
Well, you keep playing games.
Stupid. I'm telling you, you gotta stay in your own house.
If you keep playing games, I'm not going to have a place to stay. So that means no closet for you.
Hey, I don't need to be in the closet. You came out, I can too, man.
Well, where are you going to stay then?
I'll stay in my place.
I thought you said your place was in my closet.
Well, I was joking. I do have my own place. Your closet is just what I call my pied-à-terre.
Okay. You only pop out when
my place on the side. That's right. When I see you getting ready to do something.
Well, okay. Well, I've been doing a lot of stress winks, so.
Oh, I know. It's terrible to watch. So angry.
Yeah.
So angry.
Yeah, I turn red like a tomato.
Oh, this guy. Poundcake, calm down.
Well,
it's like you're wearing sandpaper gloves. You don't look happy at all.
It's not happy. It's out of necessity.
But it should still make you happy.
I feel happy.
That's why I came to watch. I'm not trying to watch no snuff film. Ugh. I want you to be happy, man.
Well, I need you to float around and scare some people out of their apartment, so therefore I can get cheap rent. If they think it's haunted.
I'm not the scaring kind. I don't scare people.
Well, can you please?
We all have our own lane. I have cousins who scare. My lane is I like to watch people whack off. That's my lane, man.
Well, can you call your cousin then?
I ain't gonna call my cousin. Who you wanting to scare?
It's someone who has a nice spot for less than $900.
Less than $900?
I'm not asking for much, clearly.
What's going on around here? Oh, man. All right, I'll see if I can get him to scare somebody out.
Thank you.
Any particular, how about the east side of Cleveland? There's a lot of scary places over there.
That's where you came from.
You ain't even gonna have to do much work scare people over there, man.
I want my apartment with 4 walls, please.
Get you a nice spot. Over on 99th.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Set you up.
good on that. I don't need to overpass or under a bridge or anything like that.
Well, you're not a goblin. I'm not gonna push you under a bridge.
You'd probably still watch if I was under a bridge, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. You know me. That's right, I would. It doesn't matter where you are. You could be doing an angry wank under a bridge, and I would still watch you. You know me too well. We've known each other a long time now.
I feel like I still have a friend no matter what. Yeah, we're going on hell. It's over 10 years I've known you.
Yeah, long time, man. Our 10-year anniversary is coming up.
No, actually,
What do you get for the guy who's whacked everything?
More lube.
I was gonna say.
More lube. You know, speaking of Under the Bridge, there's a really good band you should check out. Ever heard of them? They're called the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You familiar with them?
No.
They don't get a lot of play on the radio. You should check them out.
Well, we're a rock station. WMMS should play them.
All right. I only know one of the guys because a former guitar player used to watch him whack off.
Are they from?
That's how we met.
Are they from Louisiana?
Yeah, I believe Louisiana. I'll have to check on that. Listen, I'm gonna get my cousin to scare you up a new spot.
Thank you.
And then we gonna christen it. You know how I do.
Yeah, that's fine. I would totally put on a whole lights and everything
Put on a
just for
whole.
you.
No, you don't have to do that.
It'll be a whole production.
All right, good. You know I like a little showbiz in there.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Off into the ether.
Say what?
He went off into the ether.
Into the ether.
I was having this discussion with my boyfriend. I said, what if all the ghosts that are on Earth are just like evil spirits? Like they died, they awaited judgment, and they didn't get into heaven. So they're like, listen, you're going to hell. Like, and they're like, no, I'm not going. Well, you can stay here on Earth till the world ends, but after that, you're going to hell. Like, you're
well,
just
there
going
are
hell,
people
they're
who
just waiting.
there are people who believe that this is hell.
I don't think this is hell.
That they don't believe. Well, you might not believe that, but there are some people who believe that, who don't believe that hell is made up, which it most certainly is.
I don't think
that this, and I don't mean like the hell is other people type thing. I mean like that this is the plane of existence that's based in struggle, in turmoil, in sorrow. And
yeah, I got into a deep discussion with my boyfriend talking about it because I was like, what if this is just like the first life? Like that you got to shed your earthly.
So how many edibles did you guys take when you were having this conversation?
Nothing. I don't.
Poppers?
Nothing. No, we were watching not
even jalapeno.
Our thing when we get together is watching scary movies. So we would watch Insidious, and I think that's kind of what started it because the guy is haunted and he can go.
Oh, I saw that one.
Yeah, he can float when he's asleep. He can go into another.
The new one's coming out.
I know, and we're waiting to go see it. The Red Door.
Getting the original cast back.
And so we were talking about that. I said, what if all the spirits that haunt Earth, they're just waiting to go to hell? Because I was like, that would totally be me. They're like, okay, you can go to hell or you can haunt Earth. I'm like, oh, I'm haunting everybody. Like, I'll be here till the world ends. I don't want to go to hell. So I'm a procrastinator. So I'm like, might as well enjoy my afterlife while I can if I'm going to be in hell for all eternity.
Imagine living your life worried about hell.
And
You've lived part of your life worried about it.
Yes, and then I reached the age of reason and I figured it out.
Hell's real, man.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
Even
yes,
like
you tell me Jews are all wrong? They don't believe in hell.
Why are there's more Christians than there are Jews? So why are the Christians wrong?
What, you think because there's a lot more of them that they're right?
I mean, don't numbers
just means
mean
there's
something?
a lot more
No.
Hindu than there are Christians.
Yes.
Christianity is the biggest the biggest
It
religion.
is the
Muslim.
biggest Christian. No, Muslim is
Muslim's
the biggest religion in the world.
But yes, they're all wrong. They're all wrong.
Gotcha.
But the one that I was raised in is the right one. So there you go.
There you go. Okay, anyway, I've got to take a break. Good. We've figured out some more problems that the Earth has to contend with, and we've solved them all. I got Bill Burr tickets for you. He is doing that Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton. They're at the Football Hall of Fame in October. So if you're a Bill Burr fan, I'll hand off a couple of tickets coming back.
Get your tickets now
at AXS.com. #1 podcast, Lost Hills, is back with Season 3, The Dark Prince. An evil undercurrent runs through the surf world, and it all goes back to Mickey.
He's not only the most idolized of the bad boys, he's also the most bad guys of the bad guys.
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox, baby, giving stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, want to go see comedian Bill Burr, who is back in Northeast Ohio this fall. He's going to do a show Saturday, October 7th at the Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in Kenton. You can go to hofvillage.com. That is their website. That's going to have the info. It's going to let you buy tickets. All of it. If you're a Bill Burr fan, if you strike out here, you can buy them or win them. Caller 10, 2 tickets for you. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Who needs broadcasting awards?
The I Like the Sound of My Own Voice award.
When you've won World's Sexiest Aunt 5 years in a row. And the winner is
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We're going to get to a Poundcake sports break here in a few moments. Guardians play tonight. Took them extra innings to do it, but they beat the A's last night 3-2 in 10 innings. Was the final here at home, 7-10 tonight is the second of 3. So we'll roll around 6:30, then 6:40 or so is your pregame with Hammy and Rosie and the whole Hee-Haw gang. A's Guardians tonight on WMMS. Your FM home for Cleveland Guardians baseball. And on the iHeartRadio app, if you want to listen there. Of course, as we inch ever closer to the beginning of July, you can still use the promo code SUMMER at CLE Clothing Company to get you 20% off whatever you want to buy all through this month. 30 days there are. So you got, next Friday's the end of the month?
Yeah. But what if I want to win a motorcycle or go to a festival or both? Like a rock festival.
Boy, do I have something for you.
Oh, okay.
All right, strap in.
All right.
So we're giving away a custom Harley, courtesy of MMS and Budweiser, the Buzzard bike.
Okay, well, that's one.
And we're not just going to hand it to you.
Yeah.
You got to win a key, one of which will, of course, start it up. And so Rover has the first key of the day for you. Then he tells you when Stansbury's key is going to be. And then Dan tells you when my key will be. I've already done mine for today. So the next one is going to be tomorrow with Rover.
His name's Dan, not Stan. I thought it was Stansbury.
Stan Dansbury?
Stansbury.
Right. And then I assume you're talking about Buzzard Fest.
Well, I was just talking about a kick-ass rock festival that was bird-themed, and that seems to...
Hey, are there any bird-themed festivals
scratches
coming?
me right where I itch.
Yep. Screw Sparrow Fest out in Portland, Oregon. Buzzard Fest is going to happen. Vulture Palooza isn't happening until next year in Omaha. Buzzard Fest is going to happen right here on August the 4th at Victory Sports Park.
I was hoping it was at a sports park, too. So
Yeah. Alan,
It's a big day for you.
I have a lot of boxes to check, all right? I need a bird-themed festival.
Bird-themed rock festival.
Exclusively acts from the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be Bush.
Not exclusively, because there's also
There's a couple of new baby
Wellesley
bands,
Arms and what's the one that's like Fighting Lady?
There's Winona Fighter.
Winona Fighter.
Yep. There's the Kaleidoscope Kid. Right, so you got a few, but I mean, people are coming to see Incubus and Live and Bush and Filter from Bay Village, Ohio. The Rich Patrick, of course, he's the musician. His brother Robert Patrick is the actor, of course. Played the Terminator in T2.
The T-1000.
The T-1000.
I was watching a little bit of the original Terminator last night,
Mhm.
and man,
You were trying to picture it with OJ?
kind of, yeah. It's a great movie, though.
For what it was great. Yeah. It was moody, and it was, launched everybody in that movie. Launched Linda Hamilton, Michael Biehn, launched a guy named Arthur
Close.
Stixenheimer.
Something like that.
Yeah, launched a guy named George McDoost into the universe. By the way, devotion to accuracy, Poundcake was correct. There are more Christians worldwide than Muslims. However, Islam is the fastest growing religion. So they're hot on their heels. But you're right. More Christians worldwide than Muslims.
Always try to play me.
What's that?
I said, always try to play me.
Not play you. I'm like I said, devotion to accuracy. I would have also thought that there were more Muslims than Christians right now in the world, but it's the world's fastest growing religion. And number 3 is secular. Number 3 worldwide of all the religions are people who are non-religious, agnostic or atheist or whatever.
Well, that's the thing.
Going up.
That's the thing with like Christianity, though. There's so many denominations. Like it's all under the blanket Christianity. Because I mean, being a Mormon would be considered a Christian, right?
Yep.
Yes, that's correct.
Even though there's Christians that'd be like, no.
And then like,
right.
That is not how we do it.
And like for the longest time, I was like, oh, I didn't know. I thought Catholicism was its own thing. I didn't know.
Well,
they were
Catholicism is Christian.
But they count as Christians, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're still under the umbrella
They're
of
still
Christian.
Christians.
I don't
Right,
know
yes.
if Muslim or I mean, there's different denominations. of
The way
Judaism,
Jesus wanted it and God wanted it was there to be a bunch of different versions of the religion that are all mixing things up and going, no, you're wrong, we're right. That's
Yeah,
what
you
they-
might have noticed
they like
in
that.
Islam or any other religion, there's a lot of people fighting within the religion over different
was gonna say, is there-
takes on the same made-up stories.
Is there denominations of Muslim? Or of,
Yeah, have you ever heard of extremists?
Well, there's
Well,
like
that's not-
Shiite, there's Sunni. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
all kinds of different sects.
yeah, I'm not
of-
educated enough to know
Yeah.
about their
and there are
religion.
different practices within the religion. There are different, yeah.
Okay, well then that makes.
I mean, there are the majority of Muslims haven't committed themselves to jihad for one, but then there are extremist evangelical Christians.
No, that's never existed.
Mary, see me after the show.
No, I can't.
Uh,
I have to be on the funny bus.
Oh, she is. Mary's doing the funny bus tonight. It's gonna be a good time.
And I'm opening for Frank Caliendo.
Hey, he was on last week.
Yep.
Love Frank. And by the way, you know why today's a banner day?
Why?
Black Fact!
It's Rebecca Black's birthday. Congratulations,
hey.
Rebecca Black, on
Rebecca
having.
Black Fact!
She is
Birthday.
26 years old today.
Birthday, every day's her birthday.
It's hard to believe that
Isn't she hot
young
now?
Rebecca Black. She's hot. She's got a massive rack. She's 26. It's hard to believe she was 13 when this came out. It's 13 years ago. I think I had just come to Cleveland. And hold on, what does she do? And what else does she do? Right, and of course, to this day, she has tried to. She's like, that thing really was an albatross around my neck.
But she'll still perform it because she'll go out and do like DJ sets and then close the night singing Friday.
You got to give the people what they want.
Yeah,
It's what
she's
puts you
known
on the
for
map.
that.
Yeah.
She was in.
But
Katy
she's it's 26 pushing 30. She's lovely. She still
Late
goes out and
20s.
performs. Late 20s, mid-late 20s. Yeah.
Mid-20s.
26 is
Yep.
an awful age. You get kicked off your parents' health insurance.
That's
and then
why it's awful.
yes, and you're closer to 30. Yeah, you're no longer like you're over a quarter century old.
Yeah.
The other side of your 26
Gotta
is not
get
good.
down on your birthday. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. It is her.
Rebecca Black Fact!
It is her birthday today.
Happy birthday.
Rebecca Black. Long may you reign as the queen in our hearts. Poundcake, do you have a sports break ready to go?
I do.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports
So in the headlines today,
Little throat clear there.
sorry,
No, I like it.
That was
It was-
good.
Yeah.
little dry mouth. Happy birthday, Rebecca.
Get everybody
Black.
to pay attention.
Yeah. In the headlines today, I feel like we talked about this months ago, but slam ball is back, and not just back as a league, but it's back on TV. ESPN signed a deal that's going to cover the sport for the next 2 years. Slam ball creator and CEO Mason Gordon has high hopes for the league, stating ESPN's multi-year commitment to slam ball is further validation of the enormous appeal and growth potential of our sport. And there might be some truth to that because he has some diehard supporters and celebrity investors that recently raised $11 million, so not too shabby. Thankfully, when these balls see growth, it's a good thing. So I look forward to watching. Also, ex-NFL star Willie McGinnis is getting sued yet again. You may remember Willie got sued for battery from an altercation back in December of last year. Well, this incident that I'm going to tell you about actually happened the year before. So this lawsuit is stemming from June of 2021, where a man is alleging that Willie and his entourage did the 1-2 step on his face at a 24-hour fitness. The man is alleging that the dispute was all over weights. When one of Willie's people stole one of his weights, the man was then struck in the face and fell to the ground, and then the whole crew jumped in. The plaintiff is suing for damages and the hours missed from being out cold. And I feel that. I paid for 24 hours, not 16. I'm going to get my money's worth. You know? And lastly, sex lies and Twitter extortion. One of Zion Williamson's slam pieces is threatening to go rogue and release their sex tape. An adult performer named Mariah Mills. Bill, I know you wanted to know the name.
You act like I didn't already know it.
she got her Twitter account suspended after saying she was going to release an explicit video in retaliation to Zion revealing he has a child with his. He revealed he had a child with his girlfriend earlier this month. So I wish I had advice for you, Zion, but this seemed like the type of bitch that an NDA would have no effect on. So congratulations on the new child, and hopefully you teach him never trust a big butt and a smile. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
Is she saying that he knocked her up?
No, she's saying that he was
stepping out on her.
Yeah, the relationship is a fraud. Like, you don't care about your baby mama.
Wait. Does he have a kid?
Yes, with his girlfriend.
He announced it last month.
With his girlfriend? Oh, okay.
And she's pissed because she's like, I was just laying with you, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to release this tape.
Oh, what? She thought that she knew what was that? But Mariah Mills, like, is somebody who didn't she just blow up on OnlyFans? Like, she doesn't do, like, porn for, like, a studio.
I think she's a call lady. Honestly.
Yeah, she's like a hanger-on or something who...
She's angry. She thought it was going to be like Pretty Woman. Dude was
But this is also illegal. Like, people were like, what if a guy did this? And they're right. It's revenge porn. It's illegal.
Well, she got suspended.
Yeah, from Twitter. I'm saying the cops could come.
But you don't know that. But the difference is she threatened to release it versus actually releasing it. We don't know if there's a tape. If she posted it on her Twitter...
Then why even threaten?
Because she could be saying it because she's angry. You could say if you say I'm gonna kill you, you could be saying it out of anger. That doesn't mean I'm necessarily.
No,
gonna kill
I
you.
understand, but the contention is that she didn't know. She knows she's his side piece.
But he also knows if there's a tape or not. So if there's a tape, then yeah, it's cause for alarm. But if there's no tape, then I think he's probably just gonna brush it off, and she's a bitter woman.
Wow. I mean, I think she's foxy. But I haven't heard that name in a while. I thought she kind of came and went. I thought she did I thought she did like one summer of porn like Mia Khalifa and blew up and then kind of went away. I hadn't heard Mariah Mills in quite a while.
You know, when I was just a strap of a lass, lad in college.
Slip of a lass?
Slip of a lass.
Strap of a lass.
Strap of a lass.
When I was in college, it was an Instagram model. Like, oh, you made all your money from Instagram. It was a thing. Now it's OnlyFans models. And just like that, it changes. Like, no more Instagram models. I am a model on OnlyFans, and that's where you can find me exclusively, and that's where most of their money comes from.
Yeah, but a lot of those people end up putting their OnlyFans videos on Pornhub and just to get some kind of wider distribution.
They put little clips, but it's not worth it because it'll be right when it get to the good part. It's like, ooh, see more. Subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Follow me for more.
Damn it. You know,
well, that's a tease, right? It literally.
They get the
you get people back to your page, and you got to hustle if you want to make that money.
Any video that is like less than 5 minutes, I'm not watching. I can't do that in 5 minutes.
Yeah, you can.
Amateur.
No, I can't. I'm not going to enjoy I want to enjoy. I want to
You want to take your time. You want to light a candle.
I need like 13 to like 17 minutes is an acceptable porn duration. These people coming in with like 11 minutes. See my extended video. I'm like, no, 11 minutes.
And never be afraid to rub your meat. I love rubbing and touching my meat and getting those seasonings in all the cracks and crevices.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, now you know, guys. Poundcake needs a good 13 to 17 minutes.
Roughly.
That's the acceptable time for a full-length
Now, that's front to
video.
back. That is the warm-up, the pitch, and the walk back to the dugout.
I feel like if it's longer than like 22 minutes, I lose interest. But I think 13 to 17 is the sweet spot.
Okay.
That's an acceptable extended video.
I mean, most people, though, probably aren't posting videos that long because they want you to be titillated and then come back to their page. They're not going to give you the full thing for free.
You could do one video. Okay, here's my topping video. Here's my bottoming video. Here's my first video. You don't have to give us everything in one video.
What about a supercut?
No, I don't like that either. I don't like compilations.
I was going to say, like, you get whiplash, your head's spinning so
Makes me mad
fast.
because I'm like, I like this one. Where do I find that one? They're like, oh, that one's exclusive. That was a pay-per-view. And I just got, well, don't show that clip in there then.
Right.
Because I want to find that.
Sometimes your friends let you down. Take your dreams and smash them on the ground. What do? Turn the page? Hell no, I'm gon' channel my rage and spit rhymes of horror, unspeakable things. From deep inside me, the darkness sings. Murder, murder, sex, sex, and murder, murder. Murder, murder, sex, sex, and murder, murder. Murder, sex, sex with murder. Murder with sex. Dead people have sex, then they murder.
Alan, please tell Poundcake you can do 2 or more years in federal prison for telling somebody that you're going to kill them. Well, I didn't know that.
Well,
Just threatening?
But threatening is not the same. How many times have you said, like, oh, I want to kill you? Like, how many times have you said that to someone?
I don't say that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not I'm going to kill you kind of person. Okay. I've had people tell me that.
Did you report him like a little narc?
No, I mean, as long as somebody tried to stab me in my kitchen, but like a little narc. He's intimating that I'm a bitch if I tell, hey, this chick says she's going to kill me. What did you do? That's what people always say. What did you do? What did I do?
What were you wearing?
Tried to not get killed. That's what I did.
You're moving too slow.
Try to not bleed out in my kitchen.
Were you smiling? Alan?
What?
Smile more. Then people won't try to kill you.
You look sick.
It's my smile.
Did you fart?
No,
I
bird
didn't.
hit the window.
Bird hit the window.
Gotcha.
You did. Well done. Poundcake said in the past he'll watch porn like it's a TV show when he eats to scout out for later.
Yes. Well, that's like after I'm done. I don't do that in like. I don't do that like for the warm up because I'm too worried. Like
you're trying to find a clip that later on you'll be able to.
Yeah. If I found my porn and I finished and then
you're pre-watching porn.
I'm looking at it. I mean, I guess it would be considered pre, but I'm saying post-watching porn and like looking at ones for next time. I'll bookmark it and then I'll come back to it. I'm like, okay, now I have this one.
Al and I envision Poundcake doing like the 40-year-old virgin session, lighting candles, turning the pictures backwards.
As long
putting
as you
on
envision
Kenny
me,
G.
baby,
You do that? Do you turn the pictures around the other way? You don't have pictures on your nightstand.
I don't have any pictures
of yourself?
in my entire apartment.
You should have pictures of yourself, and then you and Kenny G can just get it on.
I don't have any pictures in my entire apartment.
Not at all.
Not on the wall. That's why people say I'm a minimalist.
You have a lot of mirrors.
This apartment that I'm supposed to get, I can't wait to just see how it's not decorated because it's just going to have the bare necessities, and that doesn't include pictures on the wall. There's more stuff I got to move when I move.
Well, there you go.
But as long as you're envisioning me, I don't care.
Hey, Alan. Inquiring minds want to know, did they ever pick up that dresser that they accidentally dropped off at your domicile 2 months ago? Just curious. Love you, bye.
Oh, they finally did. I didn't talk about that. They finally came and got that goddamn dresser that's been sitting in my garage for 6 weeks.
Where'd they put it?
I was praying these dudes. The first thing I thought was, because this was on Monday, we were off.
Mm-hmm.
It was Juneteenth.
Of course.
Well,
was it two white men coming to pick it up?
No, it was two black guys that came to pick it up. And I was like, please don't ask me why. Please don't make conversation. Ask me while I'm off. Now working today. Juneteenth. Well, originally we were not going to take it off because I was like, it's silly. It's a company holiday, and we're off those company holidays because why am I the sucker sitting here working? But I kind of called an audible, and Bill was like, all right, I got something going on. I go, okay, cool. I mean, it was my fault because I was like, we are going to work. And then he was like, well, I have a thing. And I go, totally fine. So I was home. So anyway, these guys I get like out of all of these automated voicemails I've gotten over the past 6 weeks, they give me no information. We're going to come pick it up. Just automated voicemails or automated emails that you can't reply to. I'm calling people. Now, I got my money back for the grill a while ago, and I got my grill. So at that point, it's just taking up space. I don't care. But I'm like, after a certain amount of time, I'm going to sell this thing. So I call this I swear to God, for a logistics company, a shipping company, this is the worst run company that does this for a living that I've ever seen in my life. I called one of their customer service reps, and they said, the voicemail is full, so we can't take new messages. I'm like, so you've got a full voicemail box. No one can leave messages for you. There's no one there. So then it was a guy. It wasn't an automated message. It was a guy. Hey, it's Jim, blah, blah, blah. Leave me a message. It was a guy, but they were like, this voicemail is no longer accepting messages because it's full. I'm like, you guys do shipping. This is what, first of all,
this just changed the name of the restaurant too?
Yeah. I'm like, this thing's been in my, it's got no identification on it that would indicate it was supposed to come to my address in the first place. So I finally, out of nowhere, get this random automated email with some information in it. Like on Friday or Saturday, they go, somebody's going to be there on Monday. And I go, perfect. We're off Monday. I'm at home. I can direct this whole thing. And then I forget about it. These two dudes knock at my door at like 8:45, and they're just two random guys with a clipboard. And they go, we're here to pick up the dresser.
What
I go,
if they're just listeners? They aren't even they don't even work for the company. They're
I mean,
just
they
two
were
listeners.
Had a clipboard and they knew your address.
That's it.
Yeah, they were driving. Well, first of all, they had my address misspelled on the thing, so I'm like,
Exactly.
I hope they'll find it. But anyway, so these guys pull up. They have a giant white box truck, but it has the Enterprise Rent-A-Car logo on the
Dude,
side.
these
I'm
are
like,
not. These people don't
okay.
work for a company.
Right, but at this point, I don't care. I said,
As long
I
as it's
literally
gone.
just get it out of my garage. I do not care. And they didn't ask any questions. So the box is all torn up. I go, if you guys can just take the dresser, put it on the truck, I'll break down the box, like a giant box. I was razoring the thing for the next 30 minutes. I said, you guys, all you got to do is load it on the truck, get it out of here, and I will be happy. But all I could think was, Jesus Christ, it's Juneteenth, and these guys are busting their ass, and I'm at home. And they were just like, I don't know who they were working for. They didn't have any signage on their truck that had the name of this shipping company. So it was like somebody just finally called them and said, hey, get to this guy's place, put this on the truck. Nobody knows where this thing is supposed to go at this point. The address it was supposed to go to, they never called, clearly. They never called anybody going, hey, where's this piece of furniture we're supposed to have? But it's out of my garage. Short story long. Finally.
Good job. Are you relieved?
Yes, of course. Good. I don't want that giant thing taking up space. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. To do that, you can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
So, Dieter, you go out to talk to station management about this colon cancer diagnosis that you received. And what are you saying?
So I'm telling him, I go, yeah, but I don't know when I'm going to, what the next step is. And before I can even say something else, Jeffrey goes, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. And we turn, and Jeffrey goes, the hottest newscaster in the world is on TV right now.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. If you're looking for something fun to do on a date night or just hanging out with some friends, get on the Cleveland Funny Bus. You'll learn a few things, you'll have some laughs, all while checking out Cleveland's most interesting neighborhoods. Very funny local comedians are your tour guides. It's a 90-minute trip, and you'll learn so many things, and it's a blast all the way around. Tours leave from Collision Bend Brewery. You can bring your own beer and wine, too, if you want. Tours are Thursday to Sunday every week through Christmas. Private tours are available daily. All the info, tickets, everything, funnybus.net.
Unleash your summer fun at Ken Ganley Kia. Hit the road and keep your cash for summer adventures when you sign and drive. Choose from hundreds of new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, and the 3-row Telluride, all with zero due-it signing. Plus, right now, buy a select new Kia with special 2.9% financing for 4 full years. 2.9%. And when it comes to credit, We love to say yes, you're approved during the Kia Summer Sales Event at all 4 convenient Ken Ganley Kia regional superstores in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Ganley Kia.
APR example, 23 Kia Forte or sold, $22.09 per thousand financed, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF, expires 7/5/23.
Meet Zach. His work-life balance is anything but balanced. But when he gets on the bike, he becomes Zen Zach. Zen Zach exists outside of time. His heartbeat sounds like a mellow drum circle.
It's cool, right?
The only notification he hears is the sound of the ocean. So if you want to reach him, talk to the ocean. Zenzak is so zen because he has 24/7 expert claim service with Geico, which is totally chill. Geico Motorcycle, expert coverage for both your sides.
It's Ram season. Hurry in now for great deals on the trucks that are built to serve. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $489 a month for 36 months with $3,330 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution at least through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 7/5/23.
Hey, it's Alan Cox. Save time and help a great cause with Cars for Kids. Donate any car, running or not. You get fast, free towing, a tax-deductible receipt, and a free hotel stay. Donate now at carsforkids.org. And remember, Cars with a K.
When you woke up this morning, before you knocked over your water, feeling around for your glasses, or stumbled to the bathroom to put in your contacts, stepping on every small toy along the way, what did you see? A world that was dull and fuzzy? Instead, what if when you woke up, you saw a world that was bright and clear? It's a possibility with LASIK at LASIK Plus. LASIK only takes minutes, with most patients back to normal activities the next day. So don't wait. Make your mornings brighter with the help of LASIK Plus.
Right now, LASIK Plus is offering $1,000 off their Wavelight laser when treated in June. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. So book your free consultation. Visit mylasicoffer.com. That's mylasicoffer.com. The patient's choice for LASIK. Must mention this promotion to be treated in June of 2023 to qualify. $1,000 off for both eyes on standard Wavelight price. $500 off for one eye. Cannot be combined with any other offers. Go to mylasicoffer.com for details.
A new option in 5G home internet is now at Metro by T-Mobile at a price you'll love, and word is getting around. Now at Metro, get 5G home internet for $20 a month with autopay for qualifying Affordable Connectivity Program customers on any phone plan. No annual contract or credit check, taxes and fees included. Visit your neighborhood Metro store today. Limit 1 ACP discount per household. Visit metrobystmobile.com/ACP for eligibility info and details. Check availability for home internet. Gateway purchase required without autopay, $5 more. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in monthly plan price.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like My Plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get My Plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get My Plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
The most exciting jewelry buying opportunity is happening right now at Diamonds Direct. Pick any jewelry item and get up to 5 years special interest financing or take up to $5,000 off right now. Everyone's loving this because you get to design your ring and your payment plan and take advantage of our most flexible options ever. Hurry, this amazing offer ends June 30th. Enjoy financing for up to 5 whole years or get our best ever sales price. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion. Get details, directions, and more at diamondsdirect.com. On approved credit.
Score on deals and score on style at your new North Olmsted Going Gone, previously known as Dick's Sporting Goods Warehouse Sales Store. Get ready to find up to 70% off thousands of styles from top athletic brands. Shop can't-miss deals for the entire family, including tees, tanks, shorts, golf apparel, swimwear, athletic footwear, and more. Plus, new styles arrive weekly, so there's always more to explore. Find top styles for less when you visit your new Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods, coming soon to North Olmsted.
Grab your shades, your flip-flops, and your free iHeartRadio app for summer 2023. No matter where you go this summer, your favorite radio station, the music you love, and the best podcasts in the world will be along for the adventure. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
The Brew Kettle puts the kettle to the metal with our new IPA Party Pack. 4 uniquely hopped IPAs just in time to amplify your summer set list. Turn up the flavor and pick up a party pack at Giant Eagle today.
Yo, it's Dieter for Sandusky Fireworks Superstore. Want to celebrate like you've never celebrated before at this 4th of July? Then get your ass over to Sandusky Fireworks Superstore. They're locally owned since 1980. They carry all the top brands like Black Cat, Brothers, World Class, and so much more. Their shelves are stocked wall to wall and they're ready to fill your order today. They have 100% price match guarantee and will beat or match any locally advertised deal. So when you think 4th of July, think Sandusky Fireworks Superstore, just off Route 2 and 250 in Sandusky, or check them out at SanduskyFireworks.com.
Up late and hungry? Applebee's has you covered. We are open late night and have half-price appetizers 9 p.m. to close every night. From our fan-favorite chicken wonton tacos to our classic boneless wings, we have something for every appetite. See you at Applebee's for late night.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if an auto accident caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Accident reported 90 westbound at Dead Man's Curve in the left-hand lane. Traffic is stop and go back to East 55th Street. Report of multiple tables on the highway. 480 eastbound past Miles. Your backup there is to Broadway, and a crash to watch for 90 eastbound past Nagel Road off to the left. I'm Faith Nezovich in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by the Ken Ganley Auto Group.
We want to buy your car or truck at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Regardless of its condition or how many miles it has, get an instant offer today. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 to shoot me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? Thanks to George. How do you pronounce that? It's George with an R. George McDoos. For helping out.
I got all those in there.
Yeah. Guardians beat the A's last night in 10 innings. 3-2 is the final. Get another crack at them tonight. The A's are a terrible ball club right now. They haven't even won 20 games. And the Guardians keep them at 19 as of last night. So Guardians A's tonight, 7:10. Here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And then they'll stick around through the weekend to host the Milwaukee Brewers. Paul Molitor and the Milwaukee Brewers. Does he still play?
Sure.
For Robin Yount and the Milwaukee Brewers? My brother grew up, for some reason, a Brewers fan. My middle brother. I don't know why. Milwaukee was just up the road from us. And I think a trip to Milwaukee when we were younger, I think it inflamed something in my brother. He grew up a diehard Milwaukee Brewers fan. So Cecil Cooper and Raleigh Fingers and Prince Fielder and Paul Molitor and all the great Milwaukee Brewers players from the 80s when we were growing up. Teddy Higuera and all those guys. My brother maintains his Brewers fandom to this day, and I don't know why. I guess we all grew up in our own ways resistant to the idea of conformity to some degree. Because we grew up in a Cubs family, which is why I'm a White Sox fan. And my brother is a Brewers fan. And I think my youngest brother is completely agnostic about sports. The All-Star caps, by the way, are on sale for all the teams. Want to get yourself a Guardians All-Star cap? They're on sale. Cleveland.com wrote it up today.
They're great.
Tuesday, July 11th at T-Mobile Park in Seattle. So when the 2023 All-Star Game is going to happen. Got the All-Star Game logo on the side, of course. The Guardians caps are, I have to admit, I only look for the White Sox cap. It's gray A lot of them are gray, right?
I think they're
But
all
you can,
great, yeah.
You can get some
Well-
in the, like the Astros, you can get in the orange and the blue, and they mix it up a little bit. Where's the Guardians caps? You can get the blue, or you can get the gray. There.
I saw the gray one. So. I liked it, though.
Are you going to get one? Will you get an all-star cap?
Probably not.
You won't?
No.
All right, sir.
They have Guardians Gucci gear.
I know. I have a friend that bought one of
Do
those
they?
hats.
I'm not even kidding. My
Gucci
friend,
gear. What are they, like $200?
$700.
What?
I know a girl that bought one.
Oh, come on,
So
dude.
my gay best
What's
friend.
the point?
She wanted it.
My gay friend that everyone thinks is Poundcake, Dwayne Duke, he's a comic. He sent me a screenshot. You can get the hat for $700 and then the matching T-shirt for $1,400. He said,
What? So you can telegraph to everybody what a dummy you are?
well, I don't know. My friend goes, I got called poor by something ugly and I may not recover. I need to find the homosexual responsible for this. I was like, so you just assume a gay guy made this? He goes, 100%. Because it's also yellow with white spots. It's like not even Guardians color. It's yellow polka dots. Yellow with the white polka dots. And then the Guardians logo on it for $1,400. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
Who's buying this?
Rich people.
People with no kids.
$1,400 T-shirt.
And money to burn.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I am frivolous with my money. That is well tread ground on the show. A $1,400 T-shirt that isn't even in the team's colors.
Well, there are levels of frivolity with money.
My goodness.
I mean, think of the money that you've gambled.
Mm-hmm.
You've gambled more than $1,400.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You got nothing to show.
Nothing but sadness and turmoil and shame.
We were talking about that last night, Brian and I, because my band was up at the casino May 5th.
I thought you said your band. I was like, well, I want to come see them.
I have a very good band. My band was up on May 5th, and I haven't gone back to take myself off the list, so it's kind of like in perpetuity until you take yourself off. And Brian was like, I'm really proud of you for that. Good job. And then I was like, he was saying how stupid gambling is.
Brian was telling you this.
Yes. And I was like,
Why has he got to kill your kink?
no, because he was just like, it's just to him. He's like, it's just such a waste of money. He's like, I would rather you come home with 2 new pair of shoes instead of going to the casino. Because I have an entire...
done.
I know. I was like, I have an entire closet full of shoes. And he was like, seriously, every time you want to go to the casino, I would rather you come home with 2 brand new pair of Jordans. He's like, because then at least you can wear them. At least you have something to show for them.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if he would feel the same if I gave up like a weekend trip to Pittsburgh and I came home with a $1,400 Guardians shirt. I'm like, well, you said if I was going to gamble it.
But honey, you've given up memories from Pittsburgh that you can never lose.
Right.
That's a keepsake in and of itself.
Right.
Wow. Oh, by the way, we were talking about the solstice, the first day of summer earlier today. That is today. But for those of you who pay attention to your horoscope, by the way, today is also the last day of Gemini. Geminis run May 21 to June 21. And I only mention this because I was reading a thing that was talking about for people who pay attention to their horoscope. The Geminis are the signs most likely to have spontaneous sex.
Whoa.
Putting the hoe in horoscope.
Or
So-
the whore in horoscope.
That too.
It's right there.
It's got a W in that. Okay.
Not the way I do it.
I'll keep it to hoe. But and then tomorrow we'll begin Cancer. Like my birthday is on Friday. And when I was growing up, people I knew that were into horoscopes would be like, you're more of a Gemini. You don't really act like a Cancer. I go, I don't know what that means. And then they would tell me, and I go, oh, yeah.
Are you on the cusp?
That's what they say. I'm on the cusp of so many things.
Mm-hmm.
Success.
Yes.
True happiness.
Mm-hmm.
Gemini. That, but if you are a Gemini, just, sure, it ends today.
So
your reign on the zodiac chart, but if you have also been called out as the most likely to enjoy spontaneous sex, what better place to do it than on a vehicle with a lid?
Okay.
funny bus.
Oh yeah, have some spontaneous sex on the funny bus.
Could be the honey bus.
Yeah. So spontaneous sex is just like you're walking around, then boom, out of nowhere you're having sex.
Yes. Free use.
Just
I've done that.
I was making some pancakes, and then all of a sudden having sex.
Oh yeah.
That's right. I got batter for you.
I was at the bar, and then I woke up in someone's bed, and I was like, oh, I guess I'm having sex now. That's pretty cool.
Why am I on my tummy?
Interesting.
So, for people who struggle with a spontaneous libido, who's struggling with their libido, by the way? I mean, if you've got some place
I'm on
to point your amour, your amorous vibes. Say what?
I feel like I've conditioned myself. Like my libido is more on a schedule than anything. Like I'm horny at specific times.
Well, like some people like morning sex, and other people don't care for that. Other people need it to be dark, and they need the drapes closed and whatever.
I do like mornings.
I'm a
Yeah,
big
of course.
fan of mornings. I'm a different person.
I
when
don't
get
care
morning
what
sex.
time. Yeah, because you're groggy and you know.
I remember there was
You got to brush your teeth first, but other than that.
I remember there was one time, I was messing
They're
around.
not facing you though.
I was messing around with a boyfriend, and he was like, "What has gotten into you?" He was so surprised.
Well,
I was like different vigor.
But a guy's testosterone levels are the highest in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
so that makes sense. But
It was the first thing I did, and he was like, "Wow, like you." Yeah, nothing.
Brian and I never get to have it because he goes to work at friggin' 5 in the morning. And then
Get
on
up
the
at
week,
4.
yeah, okay, that's not morning sex. That's middle of the night sex. And then on the weekends we have his kid, so it's like we never get to have morning sex. It's like in our entire relationship, it's happened a handful of times.
plop her in front of Paw Patrol, and
She's 7. She's not 3.
plop her in front of Star and the Forces of Evil, and put her in front of Gravity Falls.
No, because
Go
then
off
she
and have
wants
a
to
good
know
time.
why we're not in the same room as her.
Why what?
Following us around. What are you guys doing?
in
Where are you
the
going?
house?
Where are you talking about? Yes. This
She's
kid
like
is-
a barnacle when
Yes.
you're in the house?
She's up
Why?
our ass the entire time.
You're like, I'm trying to get your dad to do that.
Yeah, right. No. Well, she's an only child at our house.
So is my kid, but she's not following me around the house.
At her mom's house, she has 2 younger sisters. So with
Right.
us, it's 100% of the attention all the time. So she's like, she is on you. Like, there are times I'm like, dude, you got to get out of my face. You have to be more than 6 inches away from
Oh,
me.
wait,
Like,
so she just constantly wants your attention.
yes. I think it's because she has 2 younger sisters at her
Yeah,
mom's
but she's
house.
got to, there's got to be something that she likes to do and doesn't want to be bothered.
We have not found that activity yet.
Like my daughter is deep into her Minecraft phase. So
she
there are
doesn't play any video games.
there are times when we'll be like, "Yep,
Maybe it's
that's
time to
her
get her
thing."
into some video games.
Maybe. We don't even have a console.
Go get a GameCube for like $30 and play Mario Kart. That's what we do. We're
Well, she
grown
used to. She would like escape into YouTube. There's this YouTube family called A for Adley, which has like millions and millions of views, and it's basically the parents playing whatever with the kids, right? So she was really into that, but then she got her YouTube privileges taken away because I guess one weekend Brian's in our back room and her toy room is attached to the back room.
And she started an OnlyFans.
No, but he heard whatever she was watching talking about penises, and he went in there. And he was like,
It was
what are
the
you
Alan Cox
watching?
Show?
Right. Yeah, right. But he went in there and was like, what are you watching? And she grabbed the remote real quick and tried to change. Like, oh, nothing. So now she's not allowed to watch YouTube by herself. She's watching videos about penises.
I'm watching the penis show, Dad.
Right.
You won't teach me.
The
I had to find it
1990s?
out for myself.
Penises were art.
Yeah.
So we can't even use that as an excuse. Like, sit here and watch your stories. Watch your little YouTubes. She does get into her tablet, though, so maybe we put her in front of the tablet.
Well,
There's games on the tablet.
Nora's on. We don't have an Xbox. Nora's on an iPad.
I'm saying Minecraft is on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's basically, every time she's doing it with Bill's niece.
Yeah.
They're constantly on FaceTime doing Minecraft. So, but again, even that, you have to limit it. You go,
Right.
all right, because we don't do screens or anything
We
on
get
Sundays.
30
and-
minutes to.
Well, she gets an hour a day of tablet time.
That's about the
and
same,
we tell her
yeah.
you can split it up however you want. If you want it. And she's actually really like good with that. She's like, okay, I'll do 20 minutes before breakfast.
You get an hour a day, but only half an hour if it's the penis show.
Correct. You go watch your penis show while we have a penis show.
I'm trying to get your dad to do the penis show on the other side of the door over here. So you tell me what we're going to do. Oh, boy. Kids. Aren't they crazy? Just the craziest.
Crazy kids.
Craziest. Indeed.
I love you, but please don't touch my vagina.
The first time Brian and I had morning sex, it was early in our relationship, and I was in such a good mood because this was after the pandemic. We started dating again in 2020, right? So like things are just starting to open up. I hadn't had sex in like a year.
Yeah.
He hadn't had sex in 2. The first
2
time,
years?
He had sex in like.
Did he join a monastery?
A year and a half. He's not that guy. He's a monogamous dude. Like
Yeah,
he's
but
not
after a while, you just pop one out to get it
just to say you
in the
can.
rearview mirror.
So I remember the first time after he left that morning and I was on my way to work or something, I was in such a good mood. I bought the person Starbucks behind me. Like I was like handing out compliments. I'm like, hey, I got laid today. Yeah. Free coffee for everybody.
Still got a groove back.
Yeah. Slay it forward.
Right.
Said, damn, she just got some pipe laid to her.
2 years. That's
unforgivable.
I didn't believe
it
it
is
either.
ridiculous. He's a grown ass man.
He said
2
listen,
years.
and I've told the
What
story
are you trying to
before.
prove?
When he and I we dated twice. When we dated the first time, I told him, I was like, hey, I'm getting really busy on the road.
Wait, but is this including mouth stuff too? Like everything?
He just said sex. I don't know. Maybe that's
Because I could live with like some
sloppies,
appetizers. Yeah.
He probably wasn't. Probably not that either, right?
I really
he
don't
seems
think
pretty
so.
meat and
He's
potatoes.
not that kind of guy.
Right.
And I like the first time we dated for like 6 weeks, almost 2 months. And I was like, hey, I'm getting real busy on the road. If you just want to keep this like as a friends with benefits when I'm home, that'll be cool. But I don't have time for a relationship. He was like, no. He's like, I'm not into that. I am very much a relationship person. I'm a one-on-one person. I know it's not going to work. As much as I want to sleep with you, I know this isn't going to work for me. And so we never did.
Wow. Well,
which was annoying because that made me want him more.
He has his boundaries.
Well, it worked.
He's got what works for him.
A sexual threesome.
Live with him, and I love his kid. What's
I
going on
think
now?
the longest I've gone in my I had sex in the Philippines, and then it was another, I think, 2 years before I had sex again, because I was going through a lot of guilt with leaving the Mormon church and stuff like that. But since then, I think the longest I've gone is maybe 4 months, maybe 3.
Tell us all about it. I've gone longer than that. I mean,
Mine was like 8, yeah.
I've gone like almost.
Never a full year.
Maybe not a full year, but I didn't necessarily have sex every time. There was, sloppies and lettuce.
I'm talking like an emission with another person.
Sloppies and lettuce.
Well, then, yeah,
the Poundcake story.
The different type.
I count that as sex.
Okay.
Like
well,
that-
then, no,
if
I
there's-
haven't.
If there's emissions,
This has been like 3 weeks.
it's sex. 3 weeks. See,
3 weeks, the longest you've ever
See
gone.
how different it goes? No, I was 8. Oh wait, no, 3 weeks.
Because I'm trying to be, you said sex. I was like, all right,
Yeah.
let me jump into this conversation. I don't have sex that often, especially with random strangers. It takes a lot of work. But sloppies, you just get right on in there and you get
I was
right
going
on
to say, none of it sounds like a lot of work when you pop Grindr and you're like, oh, look who's 10 feet away from me and good to go.
Well,
that does not sound like a lot of work. Now, it might be your if you're being judicious about it, I understand that. But it does not sound like a lot of work.
Well,
it sounds like the exact opposite, and therein lies the appeal of that app. It's not called a lot of work to get laid.
Well,
it's called Grindr.
It wasn't a lot of options there.
Well.
It wasn't a lot of good options. And it would leave me with paranoia because I'm like, I don't know these people. And
I thought that was the hook.
It used to be. I've gone soft, if you pardon the pun. But it used to be the allure.
Yeah.
And now it's just like I either am scared that I'm going to get killed before I get there. And then so in my head, I'm not into it. And then when I leave, I'm like, oh, do I have an STD? I don't know this person. It's not even worth it for me anymore. So yeah, it's a lot of work mentally to get over.
They tried that with They tried a straight app just for hookups a few years ago, and that thing flopped right away. It's like,
no girl wants to
I'm
sign up
looking
on that.
for, yeah, exactly.
You're automatically a whore.
But your phone just would never stop buzzing. It would just be going off all day long.
I'm at Gemini.
Like, Jenny, I saw you on this profile. You need to do better. You need to do better.
Screenshots
Like,
going
bitch, you're on there too. Like, I was on there looking at other bitches.
That's the only way you can see me on there. Why is your head wrapped in cheesecloth? I got to take a break. You're going to get that Guardians pre-game. That is what happens before the game. Shortly after 6:30 and then 7:10, they start up right around the corner here at Progressive Field against the Oakland A's. That'll be first pitch. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text. 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Eric Dickerson. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
Gavin Williams brings his 100-mile-an-hour fastball to the Guardians starting rotation tonight. He'll make his big league debut against Oakland. Cleveland.com is reporting the Browns are looking for a running back to fill the void left by Kareem Hunt, but say it won't be a big-name player. And a U.S. Senate committee is now inviting the heads of both LIV Golf and the PGA Tour to testify next month about their merger. I'm Scott Davidson.
During Staples Small Business Deal Days, you save 50% when you buy any combination of 5 or more boxes, mailers, and shipping tubes. Offer ends July 1st. Exclusions apply. Not valid in Concord, New Hampshire location. Prices may vary. Keep your business running right and save at Staples.
Let's go together. RTA.
Factor incentive to dealer. MSRP 29,080. 2010 month term. $0 sec debt. 10,000 miles per year. 2,899 down. Plus tax and fees with approved credit. And 7523.
Hi, this is Chris Marhofer at Ron Marhofer Chevrolet in Stowe. During the Spring Into Adventure sales event, our Silverados are drastically reduced. We're excited to offer some of the hottest deals of the summer on Silverado, Colorado, Equinox, Tahoe, and Traverse. But hurry, these deals end soon. Payments from $299 a month or $0 down. Over 50 Silverados available with up to $6,000 in savings off MSRP. It's the perfect opportunity to get behind the wheel of a new Chevy car, truck, or SUV and save up to $6,000 off. Plus, our expert team is always here to help you find the perfect vehicle from $299 a month or $0 down. Don't wait. Visit us today at Ron Marhofer Chevy and take advantage of these limited time summer deals before they're gone with payments from just $299 a month or $0 down. We can't wait to see you on the road in your new Chevy. Find new roads at ronmarhoferchevy.com in Stowe.
Summer's heating things up, outside and on the grill. Whether you're smoking a brisket or grilling up veggies, Kingsford Original Charcoal delivers the consistent performance and smoky wood-fired flavor barbecuers crave. Kingsford Original lights faster and has a long burn time, giving you the ultimate grilling experience. So grab a bag of Kingsford Original Charcoal. Kingsford.com. Kingsford Original Charcoal lights faster and delivers consistent performance compared to nationally available charcoal in the USA.
Unleash your summer fun at Ken Ganley Kia. Hit the road and keep your cash for summer adventures when you sign and drive. Choose from hundreds of new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, and the 3-row Telluride, all with zero due-it signing. Plus, right now, buy a select new Kia with special 2.9% financing for 4 full years. 2.9%. And when it comes to credit, we love to say yes, you're approved. During the Kia Summer Sales Event at all 4 convenient Ken Ganley Kia regional superstores in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them that Kinsey sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Ganley Kia.
APR example, 23 Kia Forte or Soul, $22.09 per thousand financed, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF, expires 7/5/23.
Nate Bargatze, the Be Funny Tour.
I mean, Chuck E. Cheese is rough. I don't know if you've been there in a while. They look like they're trying to go to business and they can't.
All new material.
They filed for bankruptcy and they're still open. They called Blockbuster and they're like, how do you get out? We want out.
Nate Bargatze.
Third show added by popular demand. Friday and Saturday, November 17th and 18th at 7 p.m. And third show added Saturday, November 18th at 9:30 p.m. KeyBank State Theater. Tickets on sale now at playhousesquare.org.
Lowe's believes in giving back to the communities they serve. That's why they are partnering once again with HGTV to honor people making a positive impact in their communities with the second season of HGTV's Build It Forward. Inspired by the Lowe's Hometowns Community Impact Program, hosts Tanya Nyack and Shane Duffy are traveling the country to surprise deserving community members with life-changing home renovations. Watch Build It Forward Saturdays, 6, 5 Central, part of Rescue Saturdays on HGTV.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm personal price plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this message Mateo left.
Jake from State Farm, you should know orange juice commercials make me cry. I feel bad for the oranges.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm personal price plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.